They're almost there. I would.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the USD 230 Board of Education meeting. Thank you all for joining us. We have a large crowd. Rachel, please take the roll.
Mrs. Horn,
Here.
Mr. Chitwood,
Here. Here.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Here.
Mr. Ewing,
Here.
Mrs. Milius,
Here.
Mr. Hull,
Here.
Mrs. Baker. We have a quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you. Moving on, would everyone please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Or we could approve the
Oh,
agenda.
geez. Thank you.
Or
I am rusty. We've been gone a minute. So next up, approval of the agenda.
Madam President, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Wonderful. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Rachel, please take the vote.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn.
Yes.
Approved.
Wonderful. Thank you. Everyone, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. All right, moving on to our mission and vision. We like to start every meeting with reminding ourselves what our goals are and to keep these at the forefront of all that we do. Our mission is to be a school district that engages students to learn, create, adapt, and succeed in an ever-changing world. And our vision is to maintain small town values and empower each student to achieve world-class success. All right, moving on to discussion items. 5.01, discussion on election of officers and organizational items. So I wanted to have this on our agenda for a few things, but I want to help clarify with everyone the statutory requirements that we review this every January. So this is all of our organizational items and our election of board officers. I think historically we've done it in July. I know the state has changed things. So I just want to make sure we're on the right path to doing things the right way per state statute. So statute says we have to review this every January, but we have some options. So since we did just select these things in July, there's three options, and Rachel has laid them out for us really well. Option one is keeping elections and organizational items in January. So we would go through kind of the same process we did in July, redo everything, make the new resolution with the new selections and or whatever that looks like, and move forward. Option two is to keep the elections in January, but move the organizational items to July. So again, similarly, except elections would happen now, organizational items could happen in July. And then option three would be move both items to July, keep everything as is and move to July. So I think part of this is I want to make sure everyone realizes that there's options for all of us to make and choose, but every January we are statutorily required to do this, whatever we choose. So Rachel has laid them out on whatever we choose. There's motions that have to be made. There's things that have to be added to the agenda. Each one kind of has instructions that go with it. No matter what selection we make, I think we're going to take just a short recess so Rachel can get the resolution ready for us and move forward. So anyone have questions or need clarification? I think Rachel could help.
So my question would be, does the action item need to be before business with individuals? Would it be in the traditional place where an action item is, or?
I would
So-
put it right after this discussion item. So it would go before business with individuals.
Oh, perfect. I think it sounds great to do everything the way we've been doing it before. which is everything in July, and change nothing.
I was gonna say, why, do you know why it started in July?
Well, it was in July to begin with because the elections were in April. And the board members, new board members started when the school year started, which makes
Makes sense.
sense. And then when they
Why would we do
switched,
anything that makes sense?
that when they switched the election cycle, then you had new board members coming in January, which we ended up with our last go around, having to elect in January. I think it makes sense to keep everything in July with the school year. The elections, it's probably not wouldn't be as big a deal to move to January, but I'd probably be in favor of keeping everything in July.
We have to have the conversation twice every other year, right? Like we have to have it in January if we get new members and then again in July. So it just sets us up to have a conversation twice, right? That's worst case.
Yeah, I think that regardless of what we choose today, we have to have this conversation every January.
Right.
And then, yeah, but part of it was, I think that when we did this in July, I thought we were good for a year. And then as we learned more, we realized that statutorily we have to do it in January.
Yeah, and I like everything in July too, to kind of be in sync with the school year. I think that really makes sense, even if it may be a little clunky, as you suggested, April, and election years, but it's manageable.
Perfect. And Madam President, I move to amend the agenda to add an action item for Resolution 25.09.02. Action item 1, Resolution 25.09.02. Happy, Rachel? Perfect.
I'll second.
Wonderful. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on adding action item? Wonderful. Okay, Rachel, please take the vote.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Hole,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
approved.
Wonderful. I think we're going to take a very short recess. We'll say we'll reconvene at 6:12. And we'll take the vote from there. Awesome. Thank you. Back in session. All right, guys, I think if everyone refreshes, there should be a new action item at 6.01.
Do, 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 do.
There certainly is.
Yeah, you have to refresh. I am happy to entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move that the board approve resolution 25.09.02.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, Rachel, please take the vote.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
approved.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, moving on, business with individuals. Rachel, did we have any cards?
No cards were presented.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda, which includes approval of consent agenda items, approval of the minutes, treasurer's report, clerk's report, payroll and claims, and personnel.
Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented and read.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, Rachel, please take the vote.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
approved.
Thank you. All right, moving on to good news, recognitions, and announcements. Dr. Luttrell?
Yes, thank you. I have several items here this evening. The first one, though, is definitely going to honor and kind of pay some attention to individuals that are very worthy, and that being the 7 elected community leaders that represent and comprise the Spring Hill School District Board of Education. This is for the entire month of January, National School Board Recognition Month. When you think about it, each of them at a very, very, very low rate of pay, 0, volunteer hundreds of hours annually where they do an assortment of things from attending meetings, reading reports, updates, along with, things like we're going to do now, discussing plans and programs that strive to continually enhance and support the educational achievement and learning experiences of our students, as well as, go towards the recruiting and retention, of staff. When you think about it also, they are the ones that at the end of the day are accountable for an annual budget of 95 million, slightly more than 4,000 brick and mortar students that attend every day. If you look at our virtual school, that's well into the 5,000 number. Approximately 600 employees, and they operate 10 school sites. Plus, we also have at least 2 other support facilities that are integral to our operations. As needed, they meet with legislators, policymakers to advocate for our schools, to make sure that every child has access to an excellent education. And we want to make sure that we take time to formally say thank you to each of them. And I encourage the entire school community that when you see them out and about, say thank you. And not only today or just even through the month of January, but do it throughout the entire calendar year, because the role that they have is very, very important. And so I am going to take a few moments. Mrs. Henderson's going to help me, but we're going to present each of them a small token of appreciation. And then after we give each of them their small token, I would ask that the board as a whole gather down front. We want to get a group picture. But again, it's the least we can do for your work. And so Mrs. Henderson and I, like I said, have a little token for you. It's really it's a certificate. Each one's going to get a certificate of recognition with their name printed on it. But then the main thing is the token is going to be like they don't get to see it enough. We also gave them a framed, etched photograph of this building. Okay, like they're not here enough, okay? So again, first one I'm gonna give to here is Anna Baker. Director, Vice President Doug Hall, and I'll just set it here for you, okay? We can have President Nicole Millions. Thank you. Then we have another. Director Keith Ewing, thank you for all that you do. Then we have Director Sharon Mitchell. And then we also have none other than Director John Chitwood.
Thank you,
for all
sir.
you do.
Yeah.
And last but not least, Director April Horn. Thank you. Now we can have everybody just real quickly come out front and we'll get a group picture of a couple of you can bring the parade.
Okay, I'll bring mine.
Yeah. We need to implement 2 claps in the Ric Flair. I want 2 claps of Ric Flair.
So if we can get, I'm gonna step out of this because really this is a group all about you all, so.
Because you are center of April.
Act like you like each other. I'll get in one real quick. I'll get over here by John.
You balance it out on this side though.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
You're in the middle.
Okay, so again, thank you. I do, like I said, appreciate the work that they put forward each and every day for our behalf of our students and staff. Another exciting thing that we had that just occurred today was supposed to happen last week, but we had the weather that invaded our area. But as you know, every year, each school district can nominate 2 individuals that are in their first 2 years of teaching for the Horizon Award. I mean, these are individuals that are got a bright future in the area of education. And so we had 2 individuals that we recognized way back earlier in the fall that were our recipients from Spring Hill. Well, as I said, they're all moved forward to a big pool in the state, and then the state of Kansas selects from that large pool of hundreds 32 individual recipients that are then the statewide Horizon Award recipients. And so this morning we had the honor of going to the high school with Mr. Williams and his team, and Dr. Robinson was there, and many others. And we basically had our Horizon Award secondary, Brock LaPlante, if you remember Brock LaPlante, who came here earlier, was called down to the office, didn't know what was going on. And then when he got in there, we said, sit down in Mr. Williams' chair, the phone's gonna ring. He answered it, and it was Commissioner of Education Randy Watson informing Brock that he was one of the 32 Horizon Award state winners. So again, it was quite an honor. And I think that, I don't know if it's out on social media, but I know that again, our communications department was there and videoed the whole thing. Really pretty neat. And Brock, like I said, was very humble, contributed, again, being a team effort. So again, want to give a shout out there that again, that happened just today to Brock LaPlante. So we congratulate him for being that state award recipient. Another piece of good news that came recently was one of our industries in town, companies, it's called Seats, SEATS. And again, the whole specialty is basically outside of automobiles, okay, virtually almost any type of a seat that goes in like a lawnmower particularly is made at this company, Seats. That's why it's called Seats. And so they actually, if you recall last fall, our education foundation awarded it was a $50,000 grant to to help with the project Lead the Way, the STEM expansion to the middle school. And Seats heard about this, okay, heard about this after the fact, and they approached our foundation and they said, we would like to also contribute to this great program. And so Seats then they have an arm of their company that's a charitable group, a foundation, and their philanthropic arm, the W.R. and Flora A. Sowie Family Foundation, contributed $13,000 to the district through the foundation to again enhance our efforts with the project Lead the Way for this expansion that was occurring. So again, we very appreciative of their generous donation. We did have a photo op with Seats back in December at the foundation meeting here in this building. And we did attach there, if you want to view it, we did attach a picture of that check presentation. Again, thank you to them. Takes good educational community partners to make sure that our school district remains solid and all about excellence. Then we also have two more items. One's going to be a video that I want to talk about one other thing. But this month, if you got your Spring Hill magazine, did everybody? I think those should have gone. Now, maybe they might have been delayed a little bit with the weather, but the Spring Hill magazine this month did have an article in it about the importance of early learning education programs. And so what we thought we would take this time with our video this month is it was a video that was put together that kind of just gives a little bit and shows what happens out at the Early Learning Academy.
I always say that I am dropping Billy off to a second set of moms. We love this school.
He learns, not only academically, but socially here and gain confidence to use his big boy voice. That was a big milestone and learning goal for him.
We have such a supportive community here, especially at Sheila. I mean, we have such a collaborative staff, and it really, at the end of the day, always comes down to what is best for the kids that we work with.
What I first noticed when I came is just how friendly people are. The staff and the families are what really make it Sheila.
He went into kindergarten with all of it was very similar structure in Spring Hill Elementary. So I think him understanding how the rules were here, how to interact socially. I mean, he's bringing home schoolwork that I can't believe that he's doing in kindergarten. This kid that we were so worried about, I don't feel worried about.
If I did not have Sheila and we wouldn't have come here, I honestly don't know where we would be. Billy has made so many strides and so much progress. We just would not be where we are at all if we did not have this school. We have children of all abilities here, whether they're peers or kiddos that are at risk or that are on an IEP. We have a wide range of staff members to help meet those needs, whether those are teachers, paras. We have specialists such as occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy, really to provide that comprehensive, holistic experience for our kiddos that need those services.
I would love for any parent to contact us. We have monthly screenings where we bring students in. It's called Child Find. And basically we're helping families to know whether their child is meeting developmental milestones. And so if you have any questions, any doubts, any concerns, or you just want to know if your child's on the right track, I would encourage you calling our front office, setting up a screening time, setting up a time to visit with myself or anyone on staff. They're all very willing to share what Sheila's all about. We're a great place to be. This is a fun place to be. And our students love being here. Our staff enjoys coming to work every day. And you don't get that everywhere either. So if you're thinking about that, if your child is approaching that kindergarten age, certainly give us a phone call, stop by, email us. Any of those ways will make a connection with you.
I can't even explain how much I love the staff here. For anyone who knows me, and knows Billy, you know that the staff at this school is our family. They're so loving and caring, and they treat Billy like he is one of their own. He has a smile on his face all the time. So I know that he loves being here.
The staff here at Sheila is amazing. Everyone always has a smile on their face. They're always welcoming. They know all the kids' names. Sam had a different teacher than Hattie has, and both have been amazing and wonderful. And they feel so comfortable and confident, and they miss their teachers when they're not there. It's just a welcoming place, and we're really happy to have them here.
Hey, thank you. Very, very good. Like I said, the Early Learning Academy definitely plays a pivotal role in helping make sure that our students, especially those that have, some needs that are challenging, to really give them a head start on being able to start kindergarten, as close to being on pace with the others as possible. It is our goal, even though, like I said, everything boils down to finance, but it is our goal that we do have, space at the Early Learning Academy. And our goal would be that hopefully in the coming years, we can continue to find ways to expand that program, to provide more services and serve a larger population than we currently do. The other piece that I want to give a quick, and I'm going to actually do it twice tonight in my superintendent's report as well, but I want to just give a shout out in terms of recognition, to our, we had a record winter storm that hit the whole region last week. And I want you to know that with all that snow, like I said, and ice that we had, as well as the bitter cold, we are fortunate that we have such an outstanding maintenance staff led by Mr. Delphia and his crew. They work virtually around the clock, take out just enough time to maybe sleep, worked about around the clock for about 8 straight days from the time that storm hit, pre-treating, and then once it hit, starting the removal process. And as you know, there was a lot of snow. And as you heard me say earlier, when we have 10 separate just school attendance centers, 2 other main facilities that we serve, plus all the amounts of sidewalks and different things, it takes a very large effort. And I just want to say, again, thank you to Mr. Delphia, and I hope he has relayed to his crew that they are very much appreciated for the work that they do. And I'm sure that like me, they hope that they don't get called into service for that big of a storm anytime again soon. But again, I just want to give a big shout out to our maintenance staff led by Mr. Delphia for the incredible work that they did with their snow removal and cleaning up after that storm that hit the region a little over a week ago. So again, thank you. I know Kylie's here tonight. Shout out, Kylie. Good job. And that is my good news, recognitions, and announcements.
Well, wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Ottrell. That was a lot of good news in there. That was wonderful. All right, if we are moving on to 10.01, facility master plan draft.
Yes, here this evening, the board has, has had discussions for quite some time about, that it would be beneficial to have a more formal facility master plan to help guide, decision-making, especially in terms of our facilities, as you heard, school sites and that, other support centers, so that we can somewhat try the best we can plan accordingly, for some of those expenses, some of them being, not only based upon existing facilities, but as we also had discussions with community engagement sessions this past fall, what were some big picture vision item needs that came up that perhaps we probably ought to try to be keeping an eye out for in terms of cost and planning for. Also taking into account then also what we already know in terms of how our enrollment's going to continue to increase over the next decade and plan accordingly for that in terms of capacity at our school sites and so forth. So it was kind of a two-part project, but DLR was tasked to do that. And on the ground level, they were also supported a lot with input from our facility and construction department, you know, Mr. Delphi as well as Mr. Tim Meek. And so Josh Earhart led that process. And so tonight they have for you another if you call about 2 months ago, they came and brought, you know, some rough 35,000 foot level in terms of what they were working on. Tonight, they've drilled it down further, taking into account what some of the feedback that they'd received. And so I'm gonna let Mr. Earhart kind of walk you through as to what this living document is, how it's designed and how it's to be used not only now, but also, you know, in the years ahead. So Mr. Earhart, I'll turn it over to you to take it from here.
Thank you, Dr. Luttrell. Thank you, Dr. Luttrell, and thank you, School Board. And for National School Board of Education Recognition Month, I thank you for the service you all do. I know I've been on Planning Commission for 8 years plus, and as a public-facing board, I know the challenges some of you experience, so I thank you for all the time you put into it. And I apologize in advance for the architects and engineers you have to put up with also. We're kind of weird people, but we get there. As Dr. Luttrell said, we got a snapshot update for you of the facility master plan today. And as he said, it is a living and breathing document like any sort of budget or comprehensive master plan. There are annual reviews, updates. So this right now is kind of a snapshot of where we're at today, and we feel really good. We've had the district, they've been taking a look and providing feedback. I know Kylie about 4 hours ago sent me a list of items too. So this thing is constantly evolving, but we got in a really good spot. I think we can start to show you that framework of how this can be utilized as a tool. And for future bonds, really be that roadmap to where these bonds can go. As Dr. Luttrell said, we were tasked with running a bond workshop and a facility master plan study at the same time. So that's kind of fun. But here we are today with the document. So as you see on the screen right now, this can be an online or a physical document. And we're currently going back and forth with the district. We're currently standing at about 46 pages and growing. I'm not going to review every single page with you guys, but I'm going to highlight the chapters and the importance of each chapter here. Starting out with the introduction, it's what is FMP. When we started the process with the district, they reviewed other districts' FMPs because they can take a multitude of ways of looks and sizes and what they address. So we had to define what is this FMP and what does this facility master plan really address. And then we wanted to roll into the state of the district and gives a background of the district. I'm not going to get into all of it, but that's where we started talking about the feeder system and historically where we were as a district and how we're growing. And then with that, we spill right into understanding our neighbors. What are those outside influences that are impacting us, right? We have the growth coming from the north. And so we use a lot of Rob Schwartz's RSPs and associates, a lot of their data to support our findings and moving forward. So with that, this is a living and breathing document. So as Rob Schwartz updates his report, we would say we encourage, the district, or we help out, you update those charts accordingly. So that's why we say this is a living and breathing document. Moving on. The voices of the facility master plan. This is really, really the meat of it. It starts to talk about the process and how we went about organizing these workshops, organizing the user groups, and why this is important and include in this is the reality is we're probably not always going to be the architect and engineer within this district, but we need to have something that documents how we got to where we are. So this simply just walks whomever through the process of how we got there so they understand that we weren't just pulling this out of thin air, that we had a process to this. So that simply walks you through the process of the master plans. District drivers really becomes the product of the results of the workshop. We're starting to see the bonds start to shape up right here. This area will probably grow over time. We're currently having a meeting with the districts right now, for example, with the athletic coaches, because from these workshops, there was a big piece of that came out about we need more space, whether it's practice space for the fine arts or for athletics. So we're starting to have those conversations now with the district. That will probably end up finding its way in here. That will probably be another sheet. We're updating the physical master plan. That'll probably update within this sheet. So this document is constantly growing as people get into it. And then the game plan. The game plan where it really starts to organize these the projects that were identified within these workshops and starts to catalog where they happen in the future. And there's a lot of district input from these. A lot of these projects are one-off projects that came from the facility assessments and our walks. And then on the next page, that would be your Excel spreadsheet, what needs to be done and what year and what's it going to cost. The appendix that when we were last here, we were asked if we simply could get a list of what these big items are and what they cost down the road. That's basically what we're looking for. And that's what this appendix is basically. So very, very high level. And then there's also the link to the Power BI stuff that Scott showed you last time. I can't click into that right now. I'm not a Power BI user, but I'll get a tutorial or something on that one. But with that, I'll take questions. I know there's a lot in here that we can get into. So I wanted to kind of highly go over how the FMP was structured.
I just had a quick question on page 16. Talking about the past, current, and future enrollment. On the high school one, do you know that number that we are going to increase approximately in 5 years? It's missing.
I had that number memorized forever and I don't have it out with me right now, but
Okay.
we'll get that in there.
I might have that. There's a question.
On page 16, where it talks about the high school increases over about, and then it just says students. I didn't know if there was a number there that you guys had.
Mhm.
For when they might, for when they would be at their capacity.
Well, just how many ice in 5 years?
Just in 5 years, how much is it going to increase?
Yeah, I need to look. I have it written down. I want to make sure I write the right number down in there. Well, we have that. I'll get it in there. I apologize for that.
It's gonna, between now and the next 5 years, it's expected to increase, like I said, about 200 kids.
Yeah, from here to here. A little.
I'm having that presenter blank out right now. And I know with Alex is in the crowd and I know we went over 100 times with it. I can't remember it though, so.
On the, I think that it's right here. If you look at it's the green and it goes from, what this year it says
1,300.
1119 to 1307.
But we'll get that cleaned up for you.
And Josh, I don't know if this falls under you, but one of the things that really intrigues me is the heat map on page 15. Particularly when I overlay it against the density and the school boundaries right now, particularly for the elementary schools, right? Got a very high density concentrated area that feeds into Prairie Creek. And then all the others are fairly large, right?
Mhm.
And when you look at the heat map and the projections on future development, it just seems to me that there's a lot of opportunity out there for that same type of density to take place over the next 5 to 10 years.
Mhm.
And I'm just curious as to what, I know this doesn't fall under you, but do you understand the methodology that went into the projections for for current 5-year and 10-year? Current obviously is self-explanatory, but 5-year and 10-year projections on density, primarily on density.
Yeah, and I think, these were pulled from Rob Schwartz's review, and I think he has that algorithm in there in his report, and it's multiple slides. I can't really get into his algorithm, but he's got his method to madness in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for Anna's question, it was 28-29 school year, the projection was 1307. That's the furthest out projection that we have from Mr. Schwartz, 1307.
And then Josh, I know you probably have experience. You obviously are dealing with other school districts. And I'm just curious as to how other districts handle, some of these larger maintenance issues, right? As far as either budgeting, accruing for, or is it typical for those to be a fairly significant percentage of a bond
Yeah, I
type
can't,
issue?
I know with Gardner right now, Pleasant Hill, we're working with Newkirk and Novak. Those maintenance costs, HVAC are always a large part of it. I can't recall a bond I've worked on that did not include any sort of HVAC, IT, or any sort of improvement like that. So it's more common than not to include that. But I can't speak on the percentages of what it would be.
No. Yeah, I was just curious as to how common it is. Fairly common,
Oh, yeah.
very common.
I mean, Johnny's back there. He'd probably speak with how common you see HVAC in about every bond school. You know,
Yeah, so thanks for putting together the long range projected that's covering roofs, HVAC and parking lot. I sat and played around with these numbers and, just looking at it and kind of to some of Doug's questions in terms of percentage, not considering what we're talking about currently when we're talking about those expected anticipated expenditures 2030 to 2035, we're looking at somewhere around 63 million. And this will actually be conversation for further down the road. But since we're talking about the numbers, I mean, that 63 million on an anticipated 120 million dollar bond, that's 50%. That I'm gonna hedge a bet that on a percentage basis, that's bigger than what most districts do on average. So I think there's some need for discussion around that. And also part of my question with that as well, and I appreciate this getting put together, are there other categories of improvement that you're looking for funding for on projects?
Yes, there is. There is other categories and we do have another sheet that has a whole plethora of things on it. Small things to somewhat bigger things, but this pretty much covers the bigger items,
The
bigger
big
ticket
ticket
items. But
items.
yeah, we do have a separate list of small things and medium-sized priced items as well.
Yeah,
So-
those are those things that you're typically trying to capture out of, what we spend for capital outlay, like the light changeover and the redoing the floorings and
Yeah,
the
some of it
I
could
mean,
be general maintenance budget and some of it could be capital outlay as well. So,
okay. I'm just trying to get my hands around.
Yeah.
Because these are big numbers and I know you need more money.
Yeah.
And that's part of the conversation I'm trying to elicit.
and we're going to continue to work with the district on this. As I said, Kylie sent me a list of updates today that I got to go through, and we're having conversations with the district on, like I said, their athletic staff on, because it was really important and clearly that we have some sort of this practice facility, and so those still are finding their way in to the document. So like I said, it's a living and breathing document.
I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this to us because I think this is something that we wanted to see for a long time. I know you've been working on it for a long time, but I will really appreciate it.
You can understand our hesitation when you're in the middle of work and it's like print, just one more day, print.
Yeah.
All right, fine. And then, so.
And yep.
Well, and every time we see it, it's one of those documents, every time we see it and review it, Kylie and I will say, Josh, we need to change this to this, or we need to add this, or that's not exactly the intent we had. So, you know, again, like you said, it's a living document. We're constantly using it. It's better than our, you know, our notepads that we had, definitely, you know, we've had a long list of notepads and stuff like that, but, you know, as Dr. Luttrell will say, your big chief tablets, which will date some of us that know what that is. You know, and Doug, one of your things, going back to your heat map deal, sewer is what really drives that as well, because where the sewer is, that's where you're gonna have your biggest concentration of development. So that's why you really see those things there on that.
Yeah.
So Doug, was part of your question on that, like the proposals are having those additions to all the elementary schools when those heat maps are showing where there's going to be more growth? Was that part of, no?
It's nothing to do with the
Okay.
additions, because I know
Okay.
the numbers drive the additions that we're looking at for this current effort, right?
Yeah.
No,
So
the
I
thing
was
that's
just
just
curious.
shocking to me is just such a small area
Yeah.
that is so dense.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
a single school.
Yeah.
Do we envision another one of those type pop-ups somewhere in the district?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'll go ahead and bring it up now because it's, you know, that sewer expansion on 223rd, going all the way to Bucyrus. It's, you know, the latest I've heard is they're almost done with right of ways and easements. And if that genuinely becomes shovel ready, I don't know what the time frame on that project is, but I'm sure, just like the other things the county's done in Miami County, they've moved quickly once things have gotten approved. And, you know, kind of one of my, I don't want to say reservation, but one of my reservations about this, and everybody knows what a fervent She supporter I am in bringing parity to their facilities. But, you know, that sewer, if a sewer goes in down there, for me, that totally changes the perspective of what's the right thing to do at She's. You know, contemplating, and I'm tossing out the round number, but multiple millions of dollars for an expansion will just no longer make any sense. You know, because the amount of homes that would go in there and that heat map would necessitate rethinking the plan, because, you know, the one thing that I'm going to be damned to do is not bring She's folk along on this adventure. If we end up needing another school down there.
One of the things though to realize is that can be just as easy as a boundary shift. Just as I think now the development off 223rd that was going to Wolf Creek, I don't remember if they're still going to Wolf Creek. And Sweetwater Creek goes, I think they still go to Wolf Creek if I remember right, but they may have changed that. So some of those things can be done to shift those kids into those other facilities so that we're not expanding, you know, or sending too many kids to do it. Boundary changes are never fun. That's why we lean very heavily on Rob Schwartz and RSP. Some of the things we're talking about here are things that I don't understand to the level that Rob Schwartz understands. Rob's been very accurate to us for the number of years, and he can really, I can tell you that Rob is aware of that sewer expansion and takes those kind of things into account. You know.
Hey, Tim, you might mention the forced main on that one, that 223rd is a forced main.
It's not your traditional sewer. It's a forced main going across there. And so therefore, there actually has to be a second pipe potentially to tie into. So it's not quite as easy of a expansion as what a traditional sewer would be either. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So but
it is theoretical.
It's definitely there.
100% is
Yeah.
theoretical, but it's just, you know, in when I'm looking at the part of the calculus that doesn't come out of my mouth that's in my brain is when we put these numbers down and we go, oh, well, we've got 60 million out of this 120, and then we're going to need a new elementary school. Well, a new elementary school's 40 million-ish.
This year.
Right, exactly, ish. And so we get back into the boat where we're having these conversations about, Oh, we're gonna update she's HVAC. We're not gonna, and I'll actually ask this as a question. The way I'm reading that we're approaching she's HVAC is we're bringing the tonnage up and we're getting the operability. But my guess is looking at these numbers, we're not necessarily contemplating the zoning and the granular controlling that we have in our newer facilities and getting down to the teacher A is going to be warm in this room and teacher C down the road is going to be cold, right? We're getting ourselves out of the supplemental heat issues that we're having. We're not getting us to an HVAC parity with our new facilities with the current bond contemplated.
Well, there's a lot of variance in HVAC, as you probably know. There are a lot of different types of units and ways you can approach that. We are looking at doing a 1-to-1 system, so one system per one classroom. So they would have the ability to control it just as they would at any other school, their temperatures in the room. So
That's awesome. I love being proved wrong.
yes, and so we're looking at making it more robust. So we're still in talks and discussions about this. We would really like to see it comparable with the other elementary schools. So that's something we're discussing right now and further discussion. So
We'll touch on that in the next presentation.
I will say, I think the presentation is wonderful. I think that it gives some of the things that we've been asking for a while. I know that you talked about the Power BI and your tiny URL. It's not working right now. Will that?
Yeah, and I'll get back with our team and ask Scott and Jim, who is our Power BI guy, and I've never touched Power BI in my life. I'm completely honest. So I'm going to ask them and how they would go about like tutorial or any of that. So
Okay.
I'll get back.
It was working.
Because I know we had a couple power
Thursday.
users on the board too. I think April, you're one of them. Yeah.
That's okay. And it could be user error. I know it was working on Thursday and it's not now. But it was historical. It wasn't like your new updated
Okay.
stuff. So
I'll check on my end too, just make
Yeah.
sure that the
Could be
buttons are all clicked right and.
it could be user error over here. I'm not always very techy, but no, I think this gives us a good basis to start with as we roll into the next discussion. Any other thoughts, comments on the facility master plan?
I wanted to clarify something John said earlier too. When you said we changed it from replacement to upgrade, we did that specifically because we're not replacing everything in that building. If we had said replacement, then the expectation is everything's brand new. We still have units that still have a 10 to 15 year lifespan on that. Our gym unit is the same age as the gym, which we put on. Cafeteria commons area, and some of those are rooftop units, which we traditionally get 25 years out of or more. So and same thing at Spring Hill Middle School. Some of our larger areas are rooftop units. So we wanted to make sure that it wasn't maybe you think it's a little bait and switch, but it wasn't. It was intentional to make sure that it was an upgrade to a lot of the systems, but not every single system would be replaced. And we don't want to replace something that still has a 15-year life. So, yeah. And that was the reason for the naming a little different. So.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys, but don't go anywhere. You're up next. 10.02 presentation from DLR providing the recommendation for the community engagement.
Yes, and this is again, DLR, as President Millius said, we did the community engagement sessions last fall, simultaneously trying to see, okay, what did the community feel was important in terms of that we needed to address if the district looked at a possible bond, what was important. And so you had at a session back on December 2nd, we had Josh, and there were a couple members from that committee there that evening that also kind of, gave some assistance, but we're going to kind of represent that tonight. DLR is we have fine tuned it just a little bit, tweak some numbers, and so I'll let Josh talk to you about that this time.
Yeah, good evening again. This is the bond update, and thank you, Dr. Luttrell. As he said, we met back on December 2nd. We had Mr. Alex Ver, who was in the audience, and Chris Jensen kindly volunteer and present the workshop and bond update. With that, we had some good discussion, but we also said that we had some more work to do on our end with sharpening our pencils, as we would say. So since December 2nd and over break, we've been working closely with our friends over at Newkirk and Novak, trying to refine some of these numbers and seeing if we have any sort of cost savings. So very quick presentation tonight. Just going over a recap of the fall. I'm not going to, you've all seen that enough that you know how that works. And then we'll get into the revised scope. So as you know, I'm not doing this all by myself. I've got a wonderful team. Phil.
Thank you.
Great presentation. I'm supported by a wonderful team. You've all seen them. They are very smart and talented to make me look good. I hope. Thank you, sir. So that's my wonderful team. And then, as you know, we started the fall off with the series of 6 workshops, a lot of engagement with various communities and faculty leader. And we got some great results and feedback from that. And on that December 2nd meeting, we came back with an update, presented you that included the classroom additions at Shees, Timber Sage, Prairie Creek, new roofs at Shees and Spring Hill Middle School, HVAC improvements at Shees, Spring Hill Middle School, and Sheila, the CT addition at the high school, and then the Flex Commons addition for that added capacity. But we said we had to go back and refine and sharpen our pencils, refine some of our numbers, see if we can find some savings. So we started with the elementary schools, and I just want to remind everyone, we still have to come back once the bond passes, have teacher meetings to go over these spaces in greater detail. But this is just to give us kind of a constructability, more refined number versus when we were working on the workshop groups and we had 30, 40 project options that we had to get priced within a week. So this allowed us, we had a month to really dig into these sites, these additions, and refine the numbers on this. And this one, for instance, on these additions went from about 18 million down to about 16 million. So we saved about 2 million on the elementary additions. The high school additions, which include the CTE and the Commons Flex edition, we went from 26.6 million down to 25 million. So we got about a 1.6 million savings in that. The roofs, there's not really any savings in those because those come straight from the supplier themselves. So there's not really a takeoff, or it's kind of is what it is. So with that savings, you have the CTE edition, the Commons expansion now coming in at 25 million, the classroom additions at 16 million, the new roofs at 7 million, and that now helps us about 12 million for that HVAC improvement, which is up, about the 3.1 million for of the savings we got. So as Tim and Kylie were saying, with the HVAC improvements, we're looking to provide more equitable systems, and the goal would be to, as we go through the design of these facilities, that we find more savings we can allocate some of those monies more towards the HVAC to have those more equitable systems throughout the districts. So it's a constant massaging deal when you're going through the projects and design. So when we go through the design, there will be savings when they bid out, and those savings can be allocated to different pots of money. Sometimes we can even go back and find other projects on that list from the workshop and tackle some of those. So that would be the revised scope, if you will. And I'll pause there for questions.
I know that you guys are all way more familiar with this than I am, but with those elementary school additions, what was the capacity of those versus, because it looks like it's less than half of what it'd be to build a new building. So what was the capacity of the additions versus a whole new building? Does anybody remember?
It was 4 classrooms, so it's 4 classroom additions, so it's however, and each school is a little different too in how they were
Yeah.
using those classrooms. Some needed space for OT.
Yeah, so
which require-
approximately, would it be like half of a new elementary school or?
Oh, the
3/4?
cost?
No, I'm talking about the capacity.
Oh, it'd be equal to 1 pod. So the elementary schools have 6 pods on them.
Okay.
We're adding a pod, so there'd be a
So
7th pod.
about half of a new building then, with 3 of them.
Well, it'd be,
Third.
yeah.
The
A third
6
to a
pods?
quarter.
Oh, yeah, yeah, okay. Okay.
Any other questions?
If we give you another month, do we get another 3 million off?
Right, I know we will find savings when we get into the design of it. But yeah, I wish we could find more too. As I'm a parent as well, I wish we could
know.
find
This is
10
this is
million.
great. I like, this is great. You guys, I know a lot of work, a lot of conversations. I don't, my fear is probably it just doesn't go quite far enough. But I know dollars matter and dollars matter big to all of us. So I think this is great.
Do you have any anticipation of, I know at one point, steel was like the commodity that was going through the roof, no pun intended. Is there any anticipations like that you guys have or that?
Well, this kind of goes back into the facility master plan and when we're trying to project costs. When we're working with our friends there, Newkirk and Novak, we're like, well, what's an HVAC unit cost in 2045? It's like, well, we're 10 years within a pandemic and as long as we don't have another pandemic or the administration and tariffs don't change, like this is what we're thinking it's going to be. But there's so many variables, that come into play. I don't know what the hot item is right now. So I don't.
But it could change, right?
It could change,
Yeah.
Any other questions, thoughts? Well, thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 10.03 ballot language proposal. Dr. Luttrell?
Okay, again, moving forward, from the facility master plan into the actual, what was the recommendation from our community engagement? That leads us then to the next question of, does the board want to move forward and ask our patrons if they want to take the first step and have an election to tackle those items that were laid out as part of the most critical in our facility master plan living document? And so if there's interest in that, the board has to adopt a formal resolution. So tonight, all we're doing is having our financial advisor as well as our bond counsel, who's there as a backup from Gilmore and Bell, to talk about basically what the ballot language would consist of, and then how we arrived at that and so forth. And then which they're not going to address, but I need to address is the fact that if there is still interest when they get through to move forward with this, the special election date that we've been kind of provided from the election office would be a May 13th mail-in date. That would be when the ballots would have to be in and counted and the results given. Statutorily, to back up to get everything in place, we have to have the board act by a certain date to get everything in. The election office has asked, and there may be a need later for our bond counsel to maybe give some more feedback on that, but the election office has asked for them to truly give the attention that it needs, along with some other elections that are happening at an earlier window. If we could, even though statutorily we have, I think, until February 10th to make a decision, the sooner we can make it, the better off we'll be. And the election office, I think, would like if the district could make that decision by the end of the month at the latest of January. That would really be good. But just keep that in mind because there are some statutory things. But this time I'm going to turn it over to Greg, and he's going to talk to you about the ballot language and how that has arrived and what it would mean. Greg?
Sure. Good evening. Greg Vardenberg with Raymond James. We serve as your bond underwriter, and also wanted to introduce, for those you haven't had an opportunity to meet, Kevin Wimpy at Gilmore and Bell as bond counsel, and then also in the audience, Chanel Perez from Gilmore and Bell. And so the legal documents for a bond issue, those are actually coming from Kevin in his office, and I'm glad he could join us this evening. But I thought maybe the best place to start would be update on the plan of finance, and I'll keep that pretty brief because not a lot has changed there. And then Kevin and I can walk you through the resolution, the ballot question, the process that we go through in working with Kansas Department of Education, and then ultimately the state board on applications that we have to submit. But then also Kevin, primarily his office, working with the election officer to get this on the ballot and to start that process. So the plan of finance, which I know is in your packet of information, and if you want, is that something I can pull up here? When you look at some of the key points of the plan of finance, we always start with the assessed valuation and state aid. As we've talked with you in the past, very aggressive or very substantial growth in the assessed valuation of the district. For the last 3 years, you've had 16% growth. Last 10 years, you have 14% growth. That helps in spreading the cost of debt service among a broader tax base and keep that mill levy stable. When you then look at the mill levy, trying to keep this as a no mill levy increase, we focus in on where you're at currently on that bond and interest fund levy. And you can see you're at 22.037 mils. So then as we pull together a financing analysis, and I know this is very small print, it's difficult to see. Really, the important part of this spreadsheet is that far right column. We're showing a scenario where you can issue 60 million in principal amount of general obligation bonds, and that mill levy stays at the 22.037 mils. That's what allows us to complete this as a no mill levy increase bond election. Going back to one of the previous study sessions where we had talked in more detail about the plan of finance, I brought up the concept, or you may have heard me use the term reoffering premium. And in the bond market for the last 10 or 15 years, when we sell a bond issue, we're able to drive additional proceeds or have bond investors pay a premium. And so in this scenario, you can see on the screen, that 60 million in principal amount may drive $3 or $4 million in reoffering premium. When we had been working closely with DLR and you're working with the community group, at one point there was a deposit to the project fund of $63,280,000. And we were trying to find a scenario where we could hold the principal amount of the issue at 60 million, but still have some extra money going in that project fund. Now that the pressure has come off of that project fund deposit, if that needs to be closer to 60 million, we can do exactly like we've done on some of your prior elections. If we get premium, and we don't know exactly how much that will be, but if we get premium, we can take that and put that into a project fund sub-account and really hold that there as a cushion or a backstop that as you work through the project construction, if there's something that happens, a surprise or a cost that you didn't anticipate, you have that premium that you could use to cover that expense. But if it's not used, and that was the case on the last election, then the IRS rules require us to move that over into the bond and interest fund. And that premium, when we move that over into the bond and interest fund, that just helps us and Doug achieve that no mill levy increase scenario much better, or potentially even could pull the mill levy down a little bit below that 22.037 mils. So we don't know the amount of premium. I would say with a high degree of certainty, we will have some. And that approach we've used in the past, and it's something we worked with Kevin at Gilmore and Bell to develop that concept of that sub-account, kind of a holding account, if you will. Because if we move it immediately in the bond and interest fund and you need it for construction, you can't pull it back out of the bond and interest fund. So that sub-account is a great place to hold that and gives you some flexibility as you work through construction. So again, more detail as you get further into this report, but the average interest rate, 4.52%. The repayment period, 20 years. School districts can go out to 30-year repayment on the bond issue. And we're wrapping payments on this new issue around the outstanding bonds to keep that mill levy at that same level, the 22.037 mils. And for some reason, screen.
So Greg, if I can just interrupt you for just 1 second. So
Sure.
So when you're saying reoffering, so we're talking about putting all the existing debt out there as well? Is that when you're talking about wrapping it? I'm trying to conceptualize how we're getting the premium and the net impact.
Yeah, and don't confuse reoffering with refinancing. A lot of times refinancing means we're taking the existing bonds and then reissuing those at lower interest rates. And we've done that a number of times where we could capture a savings, but we're not really in that interest rate environment. So we would only be selling the 60 million that the voters approved. And in the current interest rate environment, what we're really working towards is.
Because we're getting pressure from treasuries right now, would be my.
Yeah, but I'd say that, these interest rates that we're showing are still representative of what you could expect. So that's the good news. And when we sell the bonds, what we're really working towards on this spreadsheet here is that column in the middle, yield. That's the return to the investors that are buying the bonds. And it comes from the price they pay and the stated interest rate. And that structure where we offer bonds at a premium, again, for the last 10 or 15 years in the bond market, we get lower yields when we sell bonds at a premium. And from my perspective, I absolutely love the bond environment that we're in because we maximize proceeds and we're doing that at a lower borrowing cost. And having those extra dollars come into the district and holding them in that sub account doesn't mean you have to spend it on a project, but it sure is nice to know you've got an added contingency or cushion. And then if you don't spend it on that project, then it just helps on managing that mill levy. So I mentioned 10 or 15 years. If you go back earlier in my career, it was just the opposite. It was difficult to sell bonds at a premium. Bond investors wanted to pay a discount. So we would end up getting less than the 60 million. And that really created some project fund challenges. So we're not reissuing any bonds. We're not changing anything on the outstanding ones. We're just looking at what's the most cost-effective way to get the lowest borrowing cost on selling this proposed 60 million issue. And again, the good news is doing that results in some extra dollars coming into the district. So that help answer your question?
Yeah, helps clarify. Thank you.
So we've gone through the plan of finance before, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but I thought maybe the next step in the discussion this evening would be turn our attention to the process. And I'll start off and then I'm going to hand it over to Kevin and let him talk to you a little bit about the process, the resolution, the ballot question. But this calendar of events that we're showing, and when we sent this packet to the district, we were aiming it toward a May 6th date. We've now heard from the election officer that maybe May 13th may be preferable. So we would modify the calendar. It really doesn't change any of the steps or the timing. But the action that you would take to put everything in motion would be adoption of a resolution that calls the bond election. And in that resolution, it has the ballot question. It authorizes an application to be submitted to the state for what we call the 14% limitation. Anytime you issue bonds where total debt of the district is more than 14% of assessed valuation, we have to get their permission. Very routine, 99% of the bond elections we're involved in have to go through that process. The other application that we would submit, even though you don't qualify for state aid currently, we'd want to go ahead and submit that application to the state so that if something happens in the future where you pick up state aid, we've gotten that approval and you have that in place in case state aid does benefit you in some of the future years. But once you adopt that resolution, Gilmore and Bell and Raymond James, we tend to divide up the work. Our office will work to compile that application or applications going to the state, and we'll submit that to the state, and then they will conduct a hearing with the administration of the district just to ask questions about the project. But then Kevin and his office will focus on getting the coordination with the election officer and the ballot question presented to them so they can in turn get that in front of voters. But I'll stop there and I'll let Kevin talk to you a little bit about his side of that process. And I know both of us would be happy to answer any questions.
Right. Thanks, Greg. And good evening. As Greg said, I'm Kevin Wimpy with Gilmore and Bell here tonight with my colleague Chanel Perez, and we're the district's bond counsel. So nice to get to meet some of you for the first time. I can be relatively short. Greg covered a lot of the procedural aspects. So I guess turning to the resolution that we anticipate being considered at a meeting in the not too distant future really accomplishes a couple of things. And one is that it gives this group's blessing to the group of projects and the maximum amount of bonds to be issued that you'll seek from voters. And encompassed in that is the locking in or solidifying of that ballot language that will actually appear on the ballot later this spring, we anticipate. So very key component of that resolution. And we can talk more in depth about the development of that language if you have questions. The very short form presentation about that is that, you know, with your great consultants at DLR and with Greg and so forth and with staff, we've really relied on what the districts presented to on the ballot historically, and now going back more than a handful of years to the last election, and describe the new projects that you have in mind here for the coming years in the subcomponents of that ballot question in front of you. The second part of the resolution really sets off the procedural aspects that Greg just described, one of which being with the State Board of Education and getting their blessing to exceed that limitation on the assessed valuation versus your debt. Again, very routine. And as Greg said, part of nearly every bond election in the state of Kansas. And then second, with the election office, there's a series of publications and notices and so forth to the electorate that have to be set into motion. Typically, that's several months, 3+ months in front of the election, which is why we're talking to you now for an election that we anticipate to occur in May. So happy to get into as much detail as you like with that component of what's to come. But for now, I think I'll pause there, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Counselor. On the bond language, I'm actually in section 3. It looks like, so I'm looking at the two different numbers, the 60 million and the 65 and 65.6. And so that's in the proposed language that's here. Okay, you were giving me looks.
Yeah, I might add that, you know, when we had taken the information from those community group meetings that had that 63,280,000, and we relayed that to Kevin's office. And so you'll see that ballot language, it does reference to amounts. And I think now that we're down to a $60 million project cost, we would probably remove that phrase that talks about total project cost, and it shows 65 million. That's the 63,280,000, plus you'd have some interest earnings on the project fund while it sat there. And so we were trying to work through some wording of, if we have 60 million, but we're really trying to complete 63,280,000 in construction, do we need that in the ballot question? And I think it just creates some confusion. Now that we're back to 60 million in bonds, 60 million in project, let's keep it simple and remove that phrase. And so we were just made aware of that before this ended up in your board packet. So,
but we still have the ability to spend the premium out of the sub account. It's all above board.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought, coming off of that last study session where we've spent a lot of time talking about, well, how do we keep from having the principal amount go above 60 million, but still accomplish all of those things on that list that totaled the 63,280,000. And now it seems like it's gotten a lot simpler because we're not dealing with two sets of numbers. It's not confusing. It's pretty straightforward. And you have flexibility to spend the interest earnings on the project fund for the project or debt service. And you also have the flexibility to spend the reoffering premium for project or debt service. That's ultimately a flexibility and decision that the board, the board can make that decision as how to best spend those monies.
Okay. And since an attorney's here, one of the questions I have, because the bond language just contemplates that we're essentially increasing existing elementary schools. And as you probably heard, one of the possibilities is we could start growing on the south end of town, which may make doing an expansion the least optimal choice. Do we have the ability in the future, if that did come to pass, instead of putting an addition on saying, wait a minute, we don't need to do this addition, we need a whole nother school. Can we choose not to spend that money and complete an addition? And does that money then just roll into bond and interest, just like the premiums would roll into bond and interest if they went unspent? Is my question clear as mud?
I'll give it a shot, and if we need to have back and forth, we'll,
Okay.
sure thing. So developing the ballot language, certainly a balance between providing flexibility for years to come. I've heard you have a living document that describes where the district's going, and those plans, change as time comes and as you spend down 60 million or whatever the number is. So we have a balance between providing flexibility for you all and staff to accommodate those plans. And then on the other end is being specific enough, you're educating and showing your voters exactly what you plan to do. I'd say the proposed ballot language before you tonight is fairly specific, given our experience. We have plenty of districts who have broader language. Some prefer to be very specific and say, we're financing these two projects. So I would say this skews more specific than some others. And so if there's a need to provide a little bit broader language to accommodate that type of plan, that's something from a legal perspective, we're certainly comfortable with.
That would make me nervous because I think we've done a pretty good job of being really clear and transparent with our community. Now I'm doing it, hitting me, on what we're going to put in a bond and what we're going to get out of it. And if we're second guessing an addition versus a whole nother elementary school, I think we have that conversation and we hash that out before we get to an election. Because
yeah, and I'm in the same place. And again, sometimes I just say stuff so we can have a conversation because.
Oh, your stuff's freaking me out a little bit.
Well, it freaks me out too, because if we do get in a boat where we're not talking about needing to accommodate 50 kids, 75 kids on the southern end of town. Now we need to accommodate 150. Oh, we're already kind of at the bleeding edge of our ability to borrow. And all of a sudden we need to put up Josh's $50 million elementary school, not you, Josh, other Josh. I don't want to feel like we're baiting and switching, but I also don't want us to build something that we don't need to build. You know what I mean?
I do, but if we're worried about that, then we're worried about the projections that we've been looking at, because the projections are what really drove that decision, right? The things that the folks who've been doing this for a long time are certain and really good at saying, here's the areas you're going to see, and this is how much growth you're going to see it. So I don't want to put doubt in that data and those conversations that the community members heard and decided on out of fear of not being specific enough or too specific.
I hear you. And it isn't doubt that, it's just things may materially change, right? It's the same thing as the next COVID comes around and copper is now the most coveted ore in the world, and new HVAC units cost $40 million, right? I'm coming up with something, you get where I'm going, which is if the facts on the ground materially change, right? Are we stuck with spending the money and not getting the outcomes that we're going for? We're just spending the money. Do you get where my concern is?
I do, but I think we have a really good, long-standing relationship with the folks telling us what the future looks like. Like, I like to plan to win the lottery, right? Like, I'm going to budget to win the lottery, but I can't do that realistically. I have to go with what I know. So I think the path we're going down is the best path we know today, given the folks that are very good at reading the numbers.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that we stop today's path. If that's the way it's coming across, it's not what I'm.
That's the way I'm interpreting it. Like, you
Gotcha.
want two paths. You want a path of maybe we do an add-on and maybe we do a whole nother middle school or elementary school.
No. And the path I'm going down is, hey, this sounds great. If while we're in this process, we approve this, we get the money, it's sitting in the bank account, that world changes, right? Then do we have flexibility then to say, no, the world has changed. Building this wing doesn't make sense anymore. We have to build a whole new school. Are we going to get ourselves in legal trouble when we go, oh my God, the world's changed?
Yes,
That's what I'm trying to say.
you got to do what you say you're going to do.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, and I'm gonna agree with April on this one, John, simply because we've got to have faith in the experts and what they're telling us. And Greg, maybe you can reinforce this. I think it was a work session that we had. And I'm going to speak in hypotheticals here, right? So we take it to the voters in May. It takes three or 4 months for it to then become funded. So that puts us in a scenario where we're probably either breaking ground or starting work by Q4 of 2025. It'll take the rest of that school year, 25, 26, and hopefully we've got new facilities. The work is completed. Everything that we said we were going to do is for the 26, 27 school year. If I recall the way you kind of laid out the timing.
I always like it when I get to answer legal and construction questions when I'm not the expert.
I know.
The experts are in the room, but you outlined the time frame right. And our calendar shows that maybe the most aggressive we could be on getting the bond sold would be July 1.
Yeah.
But then construction doesn't begin immediately because
Right.
you'll be working with DLR and Newkirk to develop the exact plans and it takes a while to get that process going. I would say I appreciate Kevin's legal answer to that question. You need to think of it from that perspective. You can only spend bond proceeds, including interest earning and premium, on what is defined in the ballot question. But I think it goes beyond that. And Mrs. Mitchell pointed out that you've got voters that will have an expectation of what the project is.
Right.
Things can change. Construction costs can change. You could have something that it causes a modification, but a material change. I think you would be having some voter or taxpayer expectations that might be, disappointment if they were expecting to get some improvement and then all of a sudden that's not included.
Yeah. And what I was framing for my colleague is in that time frame. John, do you really anticipate that there's going to be some type of earth-shattering shift in needs, given what was described earlier on, what kind of drives these developments, what drives the rooftops? And the point I'm trying to make here too is, there will be a future bond. I think 5 years from now, 7 years from now, whatever the time frame may be, that's better aligned with what we do know today and what we will certainly know in 2.5 years when all of this is completed.
My concern is it's like right now, we have the classroom capacity to fill all this future need. Right? On paper, we have it.
That's not the way.
It's just not where we want it.
Well, that's not the way I interpreted it at all. I think Timber Sage is the one that's got the most pressing need, and then Prairie Creek is after that, and then.
I'm talking total elementary seats. If you take all the total seats.
Yeah.
And the anticipated growth, we have seats. We have those same seats. Right?
So you're like Dayton Creek, we've got capacity.
I'm just talking about total seat, district-wide.
Yeah.
And let's make round numbers just to make it easy, not real numbers. We're expecting 1,000 new students in the future. We have those 1,000 seats. They're just not physically located where we want them.
Okay, that was my question to you
Yeah,
then.
and so my
The
concern,
capacity would require district redrawing or boundaries,
right?
right?
And so my concern is we go through this and the bond language actually just contemplates we're going to build elementary capacity. That's all it promises.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
And so if we end up saying, okay, great, we needed these, we're filling in these seats,
Yeah.
right? And let's just make the math really easy and round, which is, let's say they're $5 million a piece and even though it's 16,
Yeah,
right? Well, we only end up building 2 of them and we go, oh, wait a minute. We're going to build this capacity at Shees, but we need to build it right next door, right, at 223rd because something's going in there, right? We're back in the same situation where we have this overabundance of capacity, just not where we need it.
and
That's my concern.
I hear you on that, but I would hedge that you got all the infrastructure in place in that area, that the boundary that surrounds Dayton Creek, that if there's going to be a flare up of density, that's probably where it's going to happen first, because there's so much infrastructure that has to take place anywhere else.
Yeah, and for me, it's just about the Shees question, really, honestly.
You're right. And you and I have talked about this, but the $5 million basically put into that school, is it the right thing to do at this time to spend that money on that facility?
Yeah.
We're second guessing everything that the community committee went through and reviewed and what our demographers and future predictors are telling us. Like we're sitting here going against what they're telling us.
I'm not trying to second guess what they're telling us. What I think they're telling us right now is right. What I am saying is they don't necessarily have all the information that we've discussed, nor has that conversation contemplated what our overall debt facility is against our current obligations. And when you take those numbers and you start to balance them, we're in a position where we may not have the, oh, well, let's just spend 5 million here. Now let's just get ourselves in a deeper debt boat. We're kind of at the limit of our debt. We're not we are at the limit of our debt. So that's my concern, is making sure, because again, right now, we could fix all these problems by just redistricting. Nobody wants that,
Well,
least of all me, but
cause another series of domino problems. I mean, yes, could we fix a physical body in a seat problem? We could, but now you're looking at neighborhoods and middle schools and the way everything feeds. I mean, the problem continues to roll. That's what the community members spent time, that's what the committee spent time reviewing, right?
That's in my mind, John, that's a short-term fix, and it's very disruptive to people's
it
lives.
is. And I'm not proposing that we do it. I don't want to do that. I'm just belaboring the point that never mind.
So I think that I understand what John is saying. He's saying there's big things happening. No one would have thought 6 years ago when Timber Stage opened that would be the next one that would be full. Like no one thought that, no one saw that. Why didn't we make it bigger? I think that's where he's saying, like, why aren't we thinking about this? Why didn't we spend the extra then to have a bigger school than where we are now? But I think he's also trying to be a very good steward of money instead of saying, hey, spend the 4 million here when in 5 years we're going to need another 40 million because we put a Band-Aid somewhere. But I think the other part of it, and I agree that our taxpayers, that this is their money and they haven't voted on it, so we don't know whether or not this is really what they want. But the community member representatives of it have said, hey, we think this is the best use of this money and this is the way we want to go. So if we really think that maybe what's been presented isn't what we really should be doing, we can talk about it. And I see where you're going, John, because I agree. I think that any of us, if we could have looked ahead 6 years and been like, timber sage, make it bigger, we would have done that. But I don't think anyone would have said or known that every house in that neighborhood has 5 children instead of the 2.5 that we plan for. So that's when we're looking to these representatives to say, hey, can we spend your money like this? Or what do you think? And then really it's going to be in that election when they say, this is how we want it. And if it doesn't pass, we come back and say, wait a minute, maybe we back to the drawing board.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, however many years ago it was, I mean, people didn't want to spend the money then either. Like, we wanted to be good stewards of the taxpayer money then too. So I think looking at the map, there were times when I remember looking at the map and thinking all of that density in Olathe is coming our way. And everybody was well aware that that was going to happen eventually. So you just got to do what you can do with what you have where you are, and you can analyze it to the hilt, and you don't have a crystal ball. Nobody's got a crystal ball. Nobody knows what the economy's going to do. You just got to make the best decision you can make at the time. And so.
But again, and in the back of my mind, my concern, and I'll be honest, my concern comes from adding on to She's and needing a 6th, and then the funds not being there to complete regreening She's, bringing it up to that's really where this is all coming from, is my concern of being able to bring parity to She's if we're going to build a brand new school next door, which I don't know what's going to happen. So there you go. I yield.
What is, when will is this slated to speak about this at the next meeting again? Does any?
We have the meeting scheduled for the 27th, which that is a morning meeting, and we typically do not like to take any type of an action item when there's not film. So we could bring it back, discuss it again one more time on the 27th, but we do need to take action. I would really prefer to take action before the end of the month, even though because I think the election authority is going to really push us. They like to see us the closest to the 27th or right immediately after to have a decision. And but we could not make a decision on the 27th, still have it as a discussion item, as long as we could come from that meeting knowing we were going to make a decision one way or the other shortly thereafter.
Okay. Does anyone have further questions for?
Yeah, I do for Kevin. Yeah. So in reading the language in here, I know we've got some numbers bounced around, right? And specifically, I'm looking at, what document am I looking at here? Anyway, it's section 1 where you've got a 65,598,000, which is inclusive of interest during construction, and all other costs, right? And then you're doing the bond issue of 60 million. And if I understand correctly, are we factoring into that an assumption that we have the premium? But then if the premium is only 3 million, there's a 2 million shortfall there. In other words, I'm trying to justify the math. Do we as a district come up with a couple of $1 million to kind of bridge whatever gap is there between what we're asking to be issued for the bond and what our projected cost and carry costs are during construction?
So I can stab at the legal answer for why it's worded the way it is. And again, as Greg mentioned, this language was developed a couple of weeks ago when we were submitting for board packets when the number we thought was north of 60 million.
Okay, fair enough.
And the legal response is that for ballot language and the notices that go out, you have to have the maximum amount of bonds, the amount of the project. And if the amount of the project is in excess of the amount of the bonds, the source of funds from which those will be paid. And that's why you see a reference to bond reoffering premium and investment earnings.
Okay.
Now, knowing as of an hour ago that both numbers are 60 million, that language will be greatly simplified for you.
And I might add to that, that publication of the notice of bond election will have more detail. And it will have the estimated interest earnings on the project fund. And right now we have 1,568,000 as the amount of interest earnings.
I figured you had the math. Yeah, so the math, even on a napkin, it started to make sense. Okay.
But I'm a big fan of keeping the ballot question simple.
Yeah.
Put in one number when we can get away with just putting in one number. And
Yeah.
it really got simplified this evening.
Okay, anyone else? All right, well, thank you. We appreciate you all coming today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. back in session. And moving on to 10.04, instructional materials pilot proposal.
Dr. Smith is here going to talk about the instructional pilots from all the textbooks and that you we had available for public viewing that last fall, and how we're going to would like to utilize them this spring.
Good evening. So yeah, let's talk textbooks. Every year we review a set of courses and the instructional materials for those classes to align with our strategic plan goal of making sure that every student is able to achieve academic success at or above their grade level. And the instructional resource review also aligns with KSDE's goals for school districts to make sure that their materials are aligned to current state standards and that we have high quality instructional tools within our classrooms. So this year, our review included agriculture, anatomy and physiology, computer applications. We looked at some things for communication studies, our fashion, apparel, and interior design classes, research and design for pre-construction, earth and space science, physical science, and statistics. So we reviewed a number of courses and considered instructional materials textbooks for all of these classes. We were able to identify viable options for all of these courses and content areas with the exception of communication studies. Our initial evaluations between our teacher selection committee, some feedback that we got from our public participation event, just wasn't overly positive. We didn't see a strong alignment to the state standards. So we're going to continue to search for materials that we think are more appropriate for these classes. But all of our other content areas, we were able to find some good viable options that we would like to propose for pilots in the second semester. So using the instructional resource guide that the board approved a year ago, we have gone through all of these steps to review resources and text materials. So back in July, we started looking at the goals and objectives for each course. So that includes a review of the state standards and making sure that we have good evaluation tools and rubrics to look at texts and materials. We established a budget based on current costs of instructional resources for these content areas, as well as what the current enrollments or projected enrollments for these classes would look like. So we do not expect any of the purchases this year to exceed $300,000. We formed our selection committees, so that includes all of the teachers who are currently teaching those content areas. And I just want to give a quick shout out to a couple of the teachers that have joined us this evening, Will Meyer and Melissa Torres, who teach our science classes. Will participated in our anatomy and physiology review, and Melissa Torres participated in our physical science and earth and space science review. So they're ready for questions if you have questions for them. We also formed our Education Advisory Council. This group comprises of teachers and administrators, a special education representative, and a community representative that review resources that we're considering for piloting. We researched all of the available materials, conducted those initial evaluations between the selection committee, and made all of the resources we were considering available to the public in November and collected their feedback. So all of the resources that had good solid feedback from our teacher selection teams and from the public, those resources went on to the Education Advisory Council and they reviewed them as well. So all of that work happened from July until December. All of the data from those different committees, our teacher selection committees, feedback that we received from the public, and all of the feedback we received from the Education Advisory Council evaluations have been posted to board docs. So there are quite a few documents out there, but each content area is a packet that includes the data and information from all three of these committees. And then on board docs this evening as well is a list of all of the resources then that the teams are proposing that we would pilot here in the spring semester. So we would try out some of the lessons and activities, maybe assign a quiz to the students and really see, do the products do what we think they should do? Are they engaging? Do the students really learn a lot when we're using these instructional materials? So all of that is currently on board docs. And at the completion of a pilot, so the pilot would be a couple of months, so we would be coming back to the board February 10th to ask for approval to pilot the resources that we've suggested. We'd conduct that pilot throughout February and March. And then we would come back to the board in March to discuss which resources we would actually like to purchase and take action on those at the April meeting. So those are some of the next steps that we would have coming in the process. Now, right now, you've probably seen that big pile of textbooks outside the executive session room. So all of the textbooks that we're proposing to pilot, there is a physical copy available for board members to review. And then several weeks ago, I also sent all of the board members the online access that was included in my monthly teaching and learning update. So feel free to reach out if you're having any issues accessing online textbooks, but you can view them either the physical hard copy or the online text as well. So any questions for me, for our teachers who are here tonight?
I have a couple of financial questions. So with the pilots, do the publishers supply those materials to you free of charge to do the pilots, or do you have to put some financial investment in that?
Some publishers ask for funds, but we've never paid for pilots before. The only thing we've ever paid for is professional development, so the teachers can get a little bit of training on the resources before they implement them, but we've never paid for materials just for the purpose of piloting.
Okay. And then the other question would be, are you seeing, I mean, with everything else, the inflation and things going up, are these resources much more expensive than they were a couple years ago, or is the remained?
I wouldn't say there's been a huge increase in the resources themselves. What there's been an increase is the shipping costs. So if you have a lot of tangible, hard copy books that you're shipping, the shipping has really increased. But otherwise, the physical textbook itself is not tremendously more expensive than it was several years ago. They did a great job.
Thank you.
Have you ever had a pilot come back and say, we didn't like it? Like, let's go back and revisit? Does that happen?
I've never had a team not be able to select one of the resources that they're considering after piloting. I have had teams thinking that they were leaning one direction towards a resource more so than another. And then after piloting saying, whoa, my opinion has changed. I thought I was going to really be behind this product, but actually this one is far more user-friendly. The students seemed more engaged when we tried the lessons and the activities. So I have had people have initial, thoughts about which one they were going to ultimately select and then change their minds from piloting. But I've never had anyone pilot and then say, gosh, neither of those two things work for me. We need to go back to the drawing board. Now, if they did, we would just initiate the process again and go back and conduct a further review for resources, seeing if there are other options out there that we just haven't considered more, and just go through our steps again.
Aaron, I know your sample size isn't really large enough to kind of factor in a margin of error, right? So just in your experience, when you see, two textbooks coming within a point of each other after having gone through the evaluation and rubric process, do you really see them as equals?
There's usually just a few maybe characteristics that might put one over the edge more than another, but generally speaking, if two are pretty close in terms of their data, then likely either one is going to work well in the classroom. Most things, if they just simply don't do well in the initial evaluation, we wouldn't propose them for a pilot. If they're just not tightly aligned with standards, if we don't feel like there's good engagement for students, if we think the assessments wouldn't have the right challenge for students, if it just simply doesn't really pass through that initial evaluation, it's not going to move on to a pilot phase. So typically you would want your pilot resources to be things that you would feel pretty confident that either one will likely be good for the classroom. But in the end, I do think it's helpful for teachers to try both out and make sure, like, hey, when I actually use this with a group of students, is this going as I imagined that it would, or did this just seem good on paper when we were looking at it?
Well, and this deals with your past, Sharon, but I think as publishers, they may keep score on who has the number one book in the country, right? As far as sales or volume sold, and things along those lines. Have you ever seen any correlation between, the top sellers in the country coming in as your top scored on evaluation?
I would definitely say, typically if we rate something really well, it's likely been rated pretty well by other school districts because we evaluate on the same type of criteria. So one of the biggest criteria that we would look at for any textbook is how closely the content in that textbook matches the state standards that we're supposed to teach in the class. And so right away, that eliminates a number of things. If it's not tightly aligned, if we can't meet all of our state standards, that's going to knock something out of the running. So typically, especially when you're talking about across the state of Kansas, we're going to have pretty similar products. There are, I would say, like off the top of my head, if I'm thinking math instruction, there are some products that you definitely see more often in school districts because they are tightly aligned with Kansas standards. They're up to date with current research on what instructional methods work best. The assessments are good quality. We feel like those would prepare our students well for participating in state tests or on other external exams. So I would say there's probably a correlation, although I've never done any research on it, so I couldn't give you hard data. I'm just giving you my opinion.
Well, I'm sorry, kind of going down the road, are you seeing the number of potential offerings stay constant, decrease? Basically, I'm asking, is the market giving us good choices still, or is the availability of textbooks shrinking, growing?
I think the market has grown because there's an increase in digital products, but I would say that some of your publishers who have been in the game a little longer are still producing some of the better textbooks and instructional materials. And I would say that is partly because they're able to bring in national experts to author those texts. So having a little bit of additional resources behind them, some of your bigger publishers, that means you're getting some of those national experts to sit there and really spend 5 years and author that textbook. There are, like I said, there are more players in the game because there's just been a big emergence of digital tools available. But I think most of your school districts are still really sticking with your larger publishers who have really good research teams. That's another thing I like to consider with a lot of textbook purchases too, is has that company, especially for math and English language arts, have they conducted any studies within the company to show that these products work? So efficacy studies, do they actually produce results for students in their data, or have they been peer reviewed to show that they actually produce good results in student data?
So just because you guys came, and I don't want you to leave without feeling like, there was a reason that you came. I really don't have a question, but I just wanted to, I know both of you guys teach science, and that's one of the hardest areas to fill teaching positions and to keep them. And so I appreciate you both being here and maybe even being back here because you both are some of our shining stars. So I just wanted to say that. So you don't feel like it was a lost cause that you came to the board meeting and nobody said anything to you. So thank you.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you for the support.
Yeah, and that's really a good point, Sharon, because the one I was looking at the time was the anatomy and human anatomy and physiology. So who does
Yes,
that?
sir. That's me. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
No, I was just looking at that one, and the score was literally a point apart.
Yeah,
on
I
the
figured you
two.
were referencing that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when we sat through this, and Giselle McDonald went through it with me, full Candace, and Emily Veer, who is our sports medicine and medical terminology, so a lot of anatomy background as well. We all three did that as a panel. And really the marginal difference there was the appropriate level. Like one of the books was more like a college level textbook, which did not have the ability to scaffold down in learning or ELL or IEP language. So that took a hit there. But it was a phenomenal textbook from a high level perspective. So that maybe was a difference in a point, two or here or there, right? So the ability to target it to our audience and differentiate the instruction that we have, especially at an anatomy level, which is a junior, senior. And as of now, we have some anatomy kids that may not in the future meet a prerequisite like a chem, as we start to build out our class load, but it fits their need of a science credit now and an interest in the human body. So we really need to scaffold it right now. And that may be a difference in that, or like the NHSS come into play, or the ESLL, that came into play a couple times on the ratings.
Thank you.
For sure. Question for Melissa?
It's fine. It's fine.
Well, I mean, if you just feel like saying something, I'll yield some time and, no soliloquies. Okay.
I'm sure Melissa wants to say how much she enjoyed the process. It was so fun and exciting.
It was great. I would say just along with theirs were so close together in the physical science. The two that we're piloting were pretty far apart, but I'm interested to see, we did a little training and I think it's going to roll into one of those that maybe the one that scored a little bit lower on our rubric ends up being really quite good. But just that NGSS piece, the McGraw-Hill, it's a well-known company. They have rolled all of the NGSS in there. It is intentionally called out. So it's very easy for us to be like, here are our standards. The other one that we were piloting that's a little bit lower, it's still good stuff. It's still good science practices. It's just not intentionally called out. So it scored a little bit lower, but I'm just interested to see like when we really get into it and how the online platform, how it relates to the students, how we'll kind of see which one rates higher in our eyes. So.
Follow up too is, I know you guys have just tons of free time during the day, right? So I'm assuming that this is a lot of your personal time that you kind of put into this time where you take these books home, you're spending time with these books, coming
Half
back.
and half. Yeah, I was going to actually comment. Appreciate you saying that. I was going to comment. Thankfully, Aaron and Kristen and Giselle and Mark Williams, the time they give us, because they do give us a day or two a semester where we're able to come up here and we're able to go through some of that. And then the other time, yes. So it's probably half and half.
Okay.
50-50 where we get paid, reimbursed for our time and we get a substitute and the high school, pays for that as well. But also, yes, we take stuff home.
Yeah. Well, and there's just so many of these that are so tight. I almost want to start a sports book so that we could take wagers on which one rises to the top. I'm kidding.
Okay. Any other questions?
I guess I have one, a couple classes, the books didn't come up in front of us. Are we going to put a class in? And thank you guys. I'm so sorry to not. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I can't imagine going through all of these books. I appreciate it. And the piloting's, I'm sure, a barrel of fun at times too. Are we putting any classes in a bind?
So the classes where we really have not identified good text materials, we are looking right now at some of the national organizations that these courses would be affiliated with, because you're talking about speech and debate, which is associated with the National Speech and Debate Association, and they have some resources available for teachers who have subscriptions. And same thing with our theater courses. There is a national theater organization aimed at high school teachers of theater classes. So we're looking to see if those are more viable options than your traditional textbook. They would have lessons and activities that the teachers could implement in their classrooms. So the students wouldn't necessarily have a traditional physical textbook that they would take home, but the teachers would have a bank of lessons and activities from the national organizations that they could implement in the classes. So that's what we're looking at right now and evaluating whether or not that's a viable option. That seems to be a little more aligned with what we would want our high school students to be learning about. A lot of the textbooks for this particular area were just really over the head of a typical high school student, particularly with public speaking. Just really heavy in the psychology of the audience and not very tightly aligned with the standards. So I think looking more towards those national organizations that support our high school students with their public speaking, debate efforts are probably going to yield some better results for us. So that's where we're focusing our efforts right now.
That's great. And a huge thank you to our community member who went through. I know Miss Todd's a rock star. And so she's a great one to have going through this process with us. So
yeah, we appreciate all of the public participants who come to our event in November, our Education Advisory Council members, and of course, our teacher selection committees. It's a lot of eyes on potential texts for our students. So I think then when we get to the point of making a recommendation for what we want to purchase in April, the Board of Education can feel very confident that we've had a number of people with different perspectives considering what's going to be best for our students in the classroom.
One quick question on those materials you were just talking about for the public speaking. Will that go through the same type of process, or how do you evaluate that?
So typically when we have just a supplemental resource like a teacher subscription to a site that has a few lessons and activities, that has gone through our supplemental materials process, which is outlined in the board approved procedures. So if we end up going that route, it would go through that process as being a supplement because it's not a full text adoption.
Okay. So I thank you guys for coming in. Thank you very much. And we'll see you in April then? Is that when the
Well, and we hope that maybe more of our teacher selection committee might be able to join us. Cold and flu season is not always kind for getting folks to the table. So hopefully we'll have a few additional teachers who can come and we can get their thoughts and maybe thank them for their time and efforts at that point too.
Wonderful. Well, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Okay. Moving on. 10.05 Purple Star application.
Yes, we have Mr. Meek from Spring Hill Middle School, who has been working on a district level practicum recently and had a project to complete, and he worked and came up with some thoughts on a program that we could apply to through the Kansas Department of Education, which would give us some recognition based upon criteria that is in place within the district that would serve a certain population of students. And so he is here to provide some of that insight and again, we do not need action tonight. We're just to kind of let you see what the program is, who it would impact. And then if you have questions, he'll be able to answer those. And also Dr. Robinson worked with him closely on this as well. So Mr. Meek, whenever you're ready to kind of tell us how this came about and what it would, who it would serve, and then what we need to do as a district for us to get that recognition.
There should be a PowerPoint here, if we can find it. Maybe. Of course, I went to the third one. That's Murphy's Law, right? Thank you. So I'll go through real quick the Kansas Department of Education Purple Star designation. I'll give you kind of a little bit of a history, what it is, where it came from, and how it could benefit our families and our students. So really, the Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission, this is something that had worked on, and really, as we think of military families, the mobility and constantly moving all the time, they're really looking at something to help our families as they move into communities feel like they can go into a school and just be in the community, be open, welcomed with open arms, and kind of know what's going on within the community and within the school. And so in 2008, when the commission, this compact was developed and brought about, Kansas was the first one to adopt it. So this led to some conversations, and in October of 22 is when the Kansas Department of Education, or Board of Education, adopted the Kansas Purple Star recognition program. And so what it is really is just, it's a way to have when we have families come in, so they know they can go to a school, go to a district and feel welcome. They can go in and they have a person to talk to, some resources available for them, and make sure that when they come in, they can be so transient and moving so much, that's something this is less of a burden on them. So with that being said, that's kind of what the premise behind this is. And really the Purple Star designation is something that the Kansas State School Board is asking the districts to do and just to help our military families as they come in. And we're not in a community that has a fort right next to us, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't have National Guard. We don't have, well, we could have families that have active members, then they just happen to be called as, Spring Hill home. It could be veterans. So there's a lot of different ways to look at our veterans or our military families. And so what does that mean for a school district? And really there's not a whole heck of a lot to it. It's a lot of things that we already do. A resolution passed by the Board of Education, which we can work through, but really it's doing some staff development for our staff members, both within the office and just the teachers themselves. But as they come in, a family has a liaison within the school that they can go and talk to, and they can point them in the right direction. That's something that we really already have. We have somebody that when families come in, they know who to talk to, right? And so we're just going to give that person a little bit more training on how we can better serve our military families. And then we also would have something like that at the district level too. So if we have somebody calling in from, not knowing exactly what school they would be at, they could call the district level and they could ask those questions and answer those things. Probably the biggest thing with this is developing a page on our website. And this page on the website is just basically a list of resources that's available to them. There's things out there that I didn't know that was even there for our families of military. One of those things is just some tutorial that the tutoring services, sorry, words are hard. Tutoring service for our families when they move in. I mean, those are things that are out there that it's specifically set for those students and those families. But there's other resources out there for them, and we would just put those on the webpage and make sure that they have access to those. It's also one of those things that they do move so much that they get quite good at moving to different districts, but they want to know, they need to know what they need to know. They don't want to go through all the pages of your website. So they have some pointers of what we could put on our webpage is make it easy for them. Other things that they're asking us to do, we have a transition program for them as they come in. If there's something, if they have a student come in, how can we help transition them into our buildings? Do some military recognition events and activities, which those are things that we all already do. Since I'm at Spring Hill Middle School, I know that we do a Veterans Day program, and we have for a long, long time. It's where we invite in veterans. We actually have our Legion, our local Legion, come in, and they actually do a presentation with us or for us as we do presentations for them. And again, it's just a way to get our kids involved and our students involved and our families and community involved with our military families. Some other things that our schools are doing right now, some of our elementary schools are doing treats with troops. They've done thank you letters to veterans that have went on the honor flight. Just generic thank you letters to just veterans in general. A salute to service for like a varsity football game. And then for our targeted seminars at the high school, just careers in the military. So those are all things that we're already doing. This is really something that would be really easy to implement. Just a little bit of training, a website, and just being more purposeful in what we're doing with our families that are moving in that have a military background. With that being said, I'm fairly short and sweet, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Just kind of a comment. I think this is really great. The people that I know that are active military, a lot of them homeschool because they don't feel like they go into communities and they fit. So I think if we can, be a place where people can come and they can really integrate, it's great for our kids and it's great for the kids coming in too. And so I think it sounds great. Glad you brought it forward.
Yeah, I really like this too. Do you know about how many students we have in our district that are a part of military families?
So that's hard to gauge. So when we first started talking about this, Bill actually ran a report and that is something that a family can mark. But as I was looking at that, I noticed that there was two families within my own building that I knew off the top of my head that I actually knew that didn't mark it. So on that page, I want to say there was less than 10, but I would say that's very, very small because there was probably 2 to 3 times that fairly easily, just from my own experience and my short time here.
So would each school in our district have like the liaison that you said someone they would speak to when they come in, and it wouldn't just be like we'd pick these 2 elementary schools to be a part of it. It would be all of the schools throughout the district?
No, every school would have their own liaison.
Okay.
And ideally, it's probably going to already be somebody that's dealing with the registration and the enrollment, but not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily have to be. But yes, every school would have their own, plus then we would have an additional liaison at the district office level.
So I think as a starting point, we would utilize our registrars who are already in each building. And we would do training through our administrative power hour that HR manages each month, that we could do some focus training on things that may come up when a military family enrolls in school. Even things like credits at the high school become a big question if they're coming from out of state. I mean, there's some things that we could address to make it easier. But with us already having registrars at each of our buildings, it's an easy starting point to provide them the professional development. The only other thing I would highlight would be timeline. There is a draft resolution for you all to take a look at. We don't need action tonight, but we would ask for it at the January 27th meeting. And the reason for that is February 1st is the deadline for us to submit our application for recognition this year to the Kansas State Department of Ed. It's obviously something, if the board chooses to wait, we could submit next year. But to be in this year's group, we would want to submit it by February 1st. Then the state board has a military group that will review all of the applications that come in February and March. And then the state board will take action in April and notify us whether our application was accepted or whether there's something we need to do different for next year. But just to give you kind of a picture of the timeline, Mr. Meek mentioned the website. Chris Olson and our communications team are already working on that piece as well. And it's kind of a unique spot to be in because they're building a page for our current website that hopefully will move over easily into whatever decision is made with our website for July. But questions about the timeline?
I would think this would be something that could go in the consent agenda if everybody's agreeable to it, just to move things along, but for next meeting.
Yeah, because if this impacts one family, it's worth doing. I mean, I'm just sorry, it's just the right thing to do. And, and it's, Mr. Meek, you talk about Army posts, but I mean, we're actually right by an Army post, Army Corps of Engineers.
Well,
I mean, that's
very true.
There's a lieutenant colonel or colonel who commands that. So
very true.
I mean,
Will we put in things like not even just school, but community, different ways to help somebody kind of get a lay of the land quickly and easily?
I think that's something that could definitely be looked at.
Grow into it a little bit.
I think you'd probably have to be careful in certain aspects of it, but I think you can definitely put anything that's deemed appropriate for 100%. I think that's something you could look at.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for bringing this up. This is great.
I'm really excited. I think this is wonderful. I had a couple questions. One, what does it look like? Do we have to have something added to our website before we put our application in?
No. It's just something that we would have to have.
But we will. So they've been working off of, and I look at Stephanie for confirmation, but they've been working. And what I was asking them initially was to have it in place as we approach board approval, because I do think it helps our case to have it up and running. I think the state would still look at if we've got a clear plan for how we're going to meet the requirements. I think they would still support it. In my mind, though, it would be nice to have it on our website because February, March is going to be that time when students start to look at other districts for next year. And it'd be nice to go ahead and have the resources on there that families can access and be able to see whether KSD approves our application or not.
I think it's a nice tool for those families as they look where to buy their home or what community they want to live in. So we'll have it up and running before our application submitted.
Wonderful. And so this is your baby and something that you clearly care deeply for. What are some of those, if you have the choice, what are some of those activities that you want to push and add to our district? And not just at your school, but like, what do you hope to see other schools doing?
You know, that's a great question. There's a lot of, the list that I put up there was just stuff that we already do. And there's a multiple things that you can do. There's things on there that, I know I'm not necessarily saying this is something we have to do, but it's something that is a great program, like the RTC program. That is a great program if that's something that is ever deemed necessary to have here. And I know that's a great program to have. Something that we're working on for next year, and it's not out of the hat yet, but we're trying to work on how we can get more active military into our program for next year. So we're still in the beginning phases of that. But we focus kind of on a Veterans Day stuff, which is 100% appropriate and great, but we want to get more active military personnel within our building too. So to kind of say more of the specifics, I'd have to look at the list just like everybody else, but there's so many things that we could be doing as far as activity goes. The sky's kind of the limit on that.
Awesome. And then also I saw in here, it's required that we have a community assembly. I don't know hold on, let me find the wording, but just for military families. Do you plan to host that? Did I read that right?
I'd have to look at that again. I took that as more of the community presentations that we have, but if we need to have more than that, that's something that we could totally do, but I may have missed that part.
No, I think I read it wrong. At least one military support activity. And I thought, nope, I think you're right. Okay, well, wonderful. Well, I know I think this sounds great. Any other thoughts or questions, Mr. Meek? Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you
it.
for coming in. And Rachel, did you get that on the consent agenda for next? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, moving on, 10.06, legislative priorities. Dr. Luttrell, would you like to lead this or would you like?
I put on the legislative priorities that was mentioned our last meeting about what the legislative priorities are going to be for KSB, and at the KSB conference in November, the delegate assembly did, approve their platform, which is again, they feel was benefits best for Kansas public school districts. And there were basically 5 essential points that they were going to advocate for. Not all were strictly new. They have been in the case in the past where they worked towards, they were in no certain order. Of course, typically the funding ones do become a priority, but again, they want to make sure that there's an emphasis on continuing the base state aid per pupil increases that are scheduled through the court cases in recent years, and that is vital to happen because that even the base state aid that's increased, that's scheduled for this next time, if it's approved, would mean, a considerable amount of additional funds, for Spring Hill. We did get an increase quite a bit of increase in our special education funding. However, again, that's still a small portion of what our total funding responsibility is. So again, we do dip into still from our general fund to help cover, that cost. Last year, again, it definitely helped, but it's still underfunded. Part of that gets complicated because you do wind up, the state can only fund typically what they get from the feds because it all comes from the federal government because it's a federal law. The federal government doesn't fund their portion to the states at near 100%. So it's kind of where you have to drive kind of the state as well as the federal level to try to keep that going to get some funding. And then, of course, staff and teacher recruiting and retention, whether that, what that looks like, but they feel that again, there needs to be a concerted effort because the teacher shortage and the staffing shortage overall is definitely something that continues to be a challenge. The current funding formula for public school districts is set to expire in 2027. They already have a committee that's been kind of designated to start working on that. However, KESB feels, and it does have some good points, is their thinking is that they need to remove that sunset provision of the current funding formula expiring in fiscal year 27, because once it expires, all bets are off as to what could happen, especially if they don't have a new one ready to go in place. So, and then the other one was, which again could take a lot of different avenues. I'm not real clear as to what avenue they want to go on that, but they want the at-risk students and how we serve at-risk students, basically with the funding that we get from, state, federal sources. There's been a lot of talk over that in terms of what's allowable, what's not. And they want to kind of think of return it back to local control do away with a lot of the federal and state guidelines on if you get the money, you should figure out and be able to allocate that in the best way to serve your kids. So those were the main legislative priorities that the KSB delegates approved for their legislative platform as points of emphasis for this session, which is already going underway.
So what we would add to this would be what, new facilities waiting and bond, state aid on bond. We can safely add those as our priorities.
Yeah, that would be my question for Mr. Schwen. If wishes were granted, well, what's your top wish? Because I think it's great that KSB is doing these, but these are every school's priorities. What is?
Yeah.
What do we need to shake out of those legislators?
I think fixing the bond state aid probably is something that most districts could get behind. New facilities is probably only going to be those districts that are rapidly growing, which is just a small number. So to get any kind of momentum there is going to be very difficult. So if I was to pick the top one, the bond state aid.
And I guess Gardner puts together a pretty nice, legislative priority document that I was sent, and I'll be happy to send it to Rachel. She can send it out to everybody so you guys can just check it out. But with this topic coming up today, I just wanted to say it before I just sent it. So I'll send that out too, because it just made it very clear to see what their priorities were. And I was like, gosh, I don't even know really ours yet. So it was just a nice document to try to model after too.
Was there anything?
I was trying to go pull it up. I read it a few, I don't know, maybe a week or so.
It was a very well put together document. They pulled from they basically, when I talked to the superintendent, they had pulled together a lot like not only KSBs, but they had pulled like Kansas Unified School Administrators Association has a platform. The KSSA has a platform. He kind of just took all of those platforms and kind of merged it, but then also put it under different headings. Like, this is what we feel should be priorities for academic achievement. This is what we feel should be a priority for social emotional development. This is what we feel should be a priority for school funding. And it was kind of done that way.
It was really easy to follow, especially for somebody who doesn't speak legislative things well.
I do know that we will have probably within the next 4 to 5 weeks, have, a couple opportunities to go to the Topeka, to the legislature. I know that the city of Spring Hill and our chamber, always has a day that we go. They're doing a little bit different format this year, but I think, that's always an opportunity to get in front and say our major priorities. I know that the Johnson County school district also typically have a date where they get a brief audience, with our local people during a lunch for the ones that do attend, and we're able to also give them, now usually for that one, it's more of kind of a consensus draft from, the group as a whole that is not complete yet. That should be completed hopefully in the next few weeks. And usually what we do is when that's completed from the superintendent's group as a whole, we typically send our final let everybody take a look at it to say, hey, are you all comfortable with each of these?
Do we have a date for barbecue on the hill?
Not yet. So what we're looking at doing this year is, we have about, I think 5 reps and 3 senators that represent part of our school district. So taking those 8 representatives and providing lunch for just them and scheduling a separate meeting for them. And what we talked about at our chamber board meeting was actually doing 2 events, where one, we go to Topeka, we have lunch with all of them. And a couple of our people have assured me they'll recruit them and make sure they attend. And then coming back and having them come after the session, come here to Spring Hill and doing a lunch here for them and like actually physically showing them what we're talking about in our community. So I think it'll be better use of our money than throwing sandwiches to people that don't want to be there.
Yeah, I have talked to 3 of your 8, is that what you said, in the last week? And I always bring up barbecue on the hill, and those 3 did say they would be there. So who knows when that date comes, but we can always work on it. And what about the Johnson County Schools and Superintendents Day, where we go? Do we have a date for
We
that?
do not have it. We're waiting on a date.
Okay, man. I know today was their first session, but come on, can they get their calendars open? Wonderful. Okay. Does anyone have any thoughts or I did pull up this document from Gardner, and wow, it is very involved. It is very detailed. So a couple things that I saw in here just from looking at theirs, that I think that some of our priorities that we've talked about here are very financial based. I think there's a couple that would be interesting to see what we can do about. One is keeping predatory behavior out of our schools, and what we can do with, I don't know what other term to use, but to stop passing the trash from school to school, district to district, whatever that looks like. How can we, and I don't know if that's a legislative thing or a board driven directive, but how do we take a harder stance on teachers and staff that have had predatory behavior? So that's very important to me. Along with, as I read through this Gardner one, they have a note about efforts to address the issues of youth vaping and drug use. And I feel like that could be something that, depending on what that looks like, I could get behind as well. Yeah, I think that maybe this is something, I don't know, this is a very involved document. I'm not sure that I'm for or against us putting something like this out, but gosh, it could be something smaller that maybe our marketing department puts out, and when we go to barbecue on the hill and when we go to the superintendent's thing, and I'll actually be in Topeka one other day this session. It'd be great to have in our back pocket and say, this is what our district's priorities are and what we want to support you, and what can we do, and please hear from us, like really have those aligned.
Yeah, I'd like to start to see some voice to policy as well. But I think crawl, walk, run. I think we're at the crawl stage and developing policy documents, which is totally fine. So we're all singing from the same hymnal about how, this I don't know, what is it, 35% impacts us on bonds, how, not having a repository of, do not hire law enforcement's have a list, and I can't think of the name of hey, you get on this list, it means you don't get hired, even though, that kind of stuff. So I'd like to see some words on paper too.
Yeah. Maybe this is something we all sit through, think about, come together at I'd love to say a work session, but I'm not sure how quickly that can happen. But thoughts, ideas?
We could add it to something, like start off with the bullets. I think that's great. And then try to expand it in the future. We could like add it to the future discussion items or something. Something to kind of expand upon and try to get more clarity out there.
Yeah, I'd love to hear also, and maybe you have an insight to Gardner, but do they sit together and go through this? Do they use like a lobbyist or a company or something that kind of puts it together and they refine it? Like, how does that process go for future? I'd love to know, or do they have a committee? Like, what does that look like?
Right.
So, yeah, very interesting, document they have. So anyways, okay, wonderful. Well, any thoughts, anything else you guys would like to see?
No, the only thing I'd have to add is I think Mr. Schwinn and some other people have already put together some foundation of, what the previous impact of some of these decisions are that would serve as a basis for developing a platform. Am I speaking out of tune or? Okay. So no, I think there's already some great things they've put together that'll work.
Okay, well, we prepared to move on? Everyone feel good? Okay, awesome. Moving on. 10.07, public participation guidelines. So, after we worked through this, Rachel and I got together, kind of went through the changes. She's updated them. She's ran them past Mr. Goheen, and he has given a couple suggestions. And then I thought this would be a really great time for us to talk through those suggestions along with any other changes we feel we need to make. And then hopefully after this, we can just put it in place.
Yeah, the only comment I had pertained to number 5, and it was really that thing we had attended over at Johnson County Sheriff's Office when they were speaking to making sure, I guess it was the First Amendment thing, right? The problem I have is with the word generally, right there in the middle, generally not to exceed 3 minutes each. Because the one takeaway that I had was that we had to be somewhat empirical in the enforcement of the time.
Okay.
So that there was no question. And because if you give somebody an extra 30 seconds, that's favoritism, and now everybody's got to be involved, is got to be entitled to that. So I think just striking the word generally takes care of that.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think there is the flexibility that if somebody does bring something, some novel idea or something that you really want to hear more about, you can actually put that as an agenda item and give them a voice to do a presentation. And you don't have to offer that to everybody. So that would be.
What are thoughts on Mr. Goheen's suggestion to give more time to have cards submitted?
If Mr. Goheen says it, then it must be mostly true. So
do we want to put parameters around that? Because I think if we take out the 48 hours, then there's just, there's no parameters, correct? There's no guidelines.
Well, there's still the 3 minutes.
No,
Right,
this
with the
is to submit the card.
Right. I think you give people as much, I mean, if you don't want to do anything that limits whether somebody can talk at a meeting or not, really. You know?
No.
So they still can only talk for 3 minutes. So even if it opens floodgates for, 50 people to talk at one, you still have 3 minutes each and that's it, up and down and.
Agreed.
Well, and I guess my question would be is, because I think before they needed to be submitted, or I'll back, good.
I think it was 5 minutes before the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Basically, there was a cutoff
Right.
at meeting time.
Yeah, and
And-
I would think that I think at meeting time is fine. Like, I mean, our meeting times are published.
So I think we would have to add that back in there. That basically the clerk can't take cards
During the meeting,
during the meeting
ahead of public comments.
ahead of public comment.
Yeah.
I mean, it just,
So
once the meeting commences, cards won't be accepted anymore.
I thought there was some consideration though for submission in writing ahead of time basically for ADA considerations. Whether that be hearing or hearing impaired.
so I think we asked about that, Rachel.
Yeah, Mr. Goheen said we did not have any ADA compliance rules as far as that goes. So we were good to.
Okay. Yeah, then I think I agree. I think there just needs to be something in there that sets a cutoff, and it makes sense that would be the commencement of the meeting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
I think so too. I think instead of striking that whole line, let's just say the card needs to be returned to the clerk prior to the start of the meeting.
There you go.
I think a lot of what happens when people come to a meeting, especially if they have an emotionally charged perspective, is that they come and they expect to talk at a meeting and they might not do that till right before the meeting. So to say, oh, sorry, you had to have that in by Friday, I think that's just setting yourself up for somebody to get angry.
I agree. I think their goal is to be heard. Okay, so, and then if we look at number 6, Mr. Goheen advised that we remove the last sentence, which states, all student and personnel matters are referred to administration, which will then report to the board in executive session. She said if the patron has a personal complaint concerning a student, employee, groups of students, the board should go into executive session and invite the patron, which I think that we all agreed that would be our practice.
Right. So if somebody got up and said,
Yep.
XYZ teacher, XYZ problem, we'd say, wait a minute. We'd love to hear what you have to say, but we have to hear that in executive session. We'll make a motion in just a minute. Is there anything else you want to use for your time, right? That's what we're saying.
Well, I think that's what our practice is going to be. I think the interesting part that he's having us strike out is that we are referring them to the administration before they come to us.
Right. They get to bypass administration.
Yes. So by removing that, we're saying we would just go right to executive session with them. So
I can see why he's recommending that. I think your general practice is you do want to encourage people to go to staff to get their questions answered, but it is probably their right to hear before the board if that's what they want to do. So you don't want to infringe on the right.
I actually agree. I mean, I agree with that. I think it's a great change. I think that it opens the door a little bit, but
I don't necessarily think it opens the door that much. I took it as he was just saying it's our choice to choose to take it to an executive session, right? Like if we know this person's coming in and they just have a vendetta against somebody, we can tell them we're not going to listen to it. You can't say anybody's name publicly here, and then we can make the decision to take it into executive session or not, or just let it be handled through.
Well, I think legally they can say whatever they want. We're choosing to protect our staff and our students by saying, please hold, we'd love to talk about this in executive session. So that's our choice to protect those patrons. outside. Otherwise, they can say whatever they'd like.
Well, and the benefit that the complainant has is once we've set it for executive session, they're not limited to their 3 minutes. We can say, hey, we're going to meet for 10 minutes and hear what they have to say. We can come out and extend. I mean, it opens different doors for them.
So are we all in agreement that we will strike out that last sentence on number 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I think I have a problem with it.
I just.
With what you just said and just the fact that, this whole First Amendment thing, is there an entitlement or an expectation that they get to do that publicly? They get to make their statement publicly. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe that's a question for Greg.
Well,
I mean, I know what our position is and what we're trying to protect, but I don't know that we are entitled to do that type of protection under the First Amendment.
well, we're always entitled to do it, knowing that there could be repercussions.
Yeah.
We owe it to our staff for that protection.
I agree, but does it open us up?
Oh,
To
yes,
some
it
liability?
absolutely does. But I
That's
think
why we have.
Okay.
But
All right, so it's a calculated risk. Okay,
it is,
I'm good.
but we're the thing that we're offering, the thing we're trading is the opportunity for unfettered access to the board. Because then they get to come in and say what they want, and depending on how much time we give them, that's the
I don't
trade-off.
know whether that gives them more than 3 minutes though, does it?
Well,
It's
we don't have a time limit for executive session, so it would be whatever the issue is. We could set it for 10 minutes, listen to it and go, okay, thanks, and walk back out here.
And
I
We're
think,
not obligated to do anything.
yeah, and I think the goal is to protect, or my goal would be to protect those staff members and students. And I said it before, I would take the risk of a lawsuit any day if it means we're protecting.
Well, and that we're not eliminating anybody's right to free speech.
That's
You're
it.
just not allowed to stand up there.
That's right. That's right.
You can go
That's-
outside and scream all you want.
Well, and that's the thing. This is a limited public forum. This is not a traditional public.
Yeah.
That's
So
I'll-
either way,
all fair. I'll correct
we
it.
all have rules. I don't always follow them, but we have them.
And look at all the public participation we've had. So I would
Aaron,
think,
I need to get home another night.
okay, so are you clear, Rachel, on changes needed to be made? Yep, wonderful. And are we all ready to push this out at next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. One thing off the list. All right, moving on, 11.01, future discussion items. Okay, so, I'm like looking, can we take a public participation off the list? It's not even on there. Great. Legislative priorities. So it's still on here. It sounds like we might need to have another discussion on it, so we'll leave it on here. School facility assessment inventory. I can't remember who put that on there.
I think we got that.
I feel like we might have just got that, but I want to make sure. Thoughts? Can we take that one off there, Rachel? Board involvement in schools. I know we've talked about having volunteer days and things like that, but I'm not sure. I'd like to keep that on there for just a little bit longer. Legislative priorities, we talked about that. Walkie-talkies, two-way communication. That's still, I know that was one of we haven't really addressed it just yet, or?
It's coming at the next meeting.
Okay. Security risk assessment. I don't think.
We just got that report in. If you wrapped it's right before Christmas or right after Christmas, Tim, and that can be on the agenda, an upcoming agenda, just to review that. Did have a few general suggestions. They don't really make they're more kind of, hey, you might think about this or that, but that has been completed and they did give us a report that we're kind of going through to see what we want to do. But we
Okay.
can get that, yes.
Okay. So do you think a February meeting or?
Definitely one of the February meetings. I don't think we may not have time on the next one, the 27th one, but
Okay.
upcoming ones, yes.
Okay. We had communication, school events with the public. Sharon, was that something you put on? Communication, school events with the public.
I'm not sure who put that on there.
That's okay. That's okay. Class sizes,
That was me.
that was you.
Yeah, that was me, making sure that if we're gonna cap a class size at 26, we have like cubbies and space for them. 'Cause
Oh,
my understanding it's cubbies is about
Okay.
25. I don't know if that's standard nation, I mean, district-wide, but.
I think that's a great, as we get through bond, I think that's a good one too. And then corporate involvement in CTE programming.
Still needs to be on there.
yes.
Yeah.
Yep,
John
we're
has-
still leaving it.
Yep.
Could I ask a favor as we add some of these? Could you maybe even put who added it so that I can look back? Because I do not have a memory like I used to.
In the date, please.
Oh, and the date that it was added. Okay, that's a great idea. Any other things we'd like to add?
Yeah, I think we need to add something here related to, getting some type of report from administration as to what type of activities take place by the administration at our learning centers related to bullying, substance abuse, vaping, things along those lines.
I think there's one coming in 30 days. Correct, Dr. Luttrell?
That was referenced at our agenda review meeting, and we had talked about that we would get with our administrators and see what information they wanted to share to get some insight, and we were gonna try to have that back in time by around the early February, to have some information maybe in a Friday update initially prior to the February 10th meeting. Is what we had kind of mentioned, but again, we haven't really had much time yet to visit with our.
Sure, that's okay.
principals yet.
So why don't we add it to our list?
Yeah, and if I could just add, I want the administration to understand that the reason we're interested in doing this is because we want to help. This is not something that, we're expecting you to come back with a report that's all sugar coated. We really want the truth. We want to understand what the situation is, what the problems are that they're currently dealing with. Because I think ultimately as a board, we want to do what we can to help remedy situations that may be occurring.
Okay, any other topics we'd like to add?
I'm not sure if this is something that we necessarily would want to talk about in a board meeting, but maybe more of a work session. I have some data here from some of the testing that was done before the break. And from what I'm looking at, it looks like our math scores are doing great, but maybe our reading fluency isn't where it should be. And so this is basically elementary schools only. And I have the data here from Timber Sage, but there's also some numbers from the whole district. And I'd like to maybe dive more into it and look at each school individually to see what's bringing these reading scores down and what we can maybe do to, or what they're doing to try to increase these scores in each school. I know what Timber Sage is doing, but just kind of curious to see why everyone might be struggling with these with the reading fluency at the elementary schools.
Do we have, hold on, I'm gonna look at the calendar. Do we have a strategic plan update that includes that coming up? Do we know?
We do have strategic plan updates coming. I don't know if there's a specific one coming up in the red, like for February or March about assessments. But we can, again, we can always schedule a definite update on that end once we know exactly what you're wanting, because we do have plenty of data and we could have that to show. That would kind of just give a big picture, but I think it's also important to remember, as Dr. Smith would elaborate even on a report like that, is I think the data that we're looking at is basically the assessment data ongoing throughout the school year, so that they're kind of gauging to now, they know where they were at, where we're doing well, but then also where we need to then moving forward, continue to really hone in on that. We know we gotta get better. And what you're saying is you'd like to all those, see it, is that what you're seeing at one building, is it true throughout, consistent, or are we seeing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can do that.
Rachel, will you add that to our future discussions list? Okay, anything else? Okay, moving on to board work calendar. Yes, sorry. Okay, it looks like sorry, I'm looking at making sure. I feel like we're on track. I think the superintendent evaluation is probably one in there that I don't think I've seen on our agenda yet. Any thoughts on that? And maybe we can review, but I think that's one thing that's not on there is superintendent evaluation. It's on our yearly to happen in January.
I've got it showing Monday on the 27th.
Shoot.
As being a discussion, but but again, that's a morning meeting, so I don't know if that would really probably not jive well, but it's.
Okay, I'm so sorry, I missed that. It was the last one on there. Okay, or we do also have a strategic plan review that we show. And do we have that planned?
We have one coming up in February.
We do, okay. Okay, perfect.
On under the 27th action, are we really doing something with the website then?
It's on our actual.
Comms will present their recommendation on the 27th with action at the February meeting.
Okay. It's just in the wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
I was just gonna say, in relation to the evaluation of the superintendent, does it make sense for us to just kind of push that out a little bit? Simply because we've got some pretty big milestones occurring in February. And I'm only suggesting that we kind of wait until those milestones get reached. It's not to say that we can't sit down and talk with Dr. Luttrell about where things currently stand, but.
Well, and we've got the superintendent goal check-in on the 10th anyway.
Okay.
So we can just roll
There you
into
go.
the 10th.
Good job.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's great. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Moving on, Board of Education member reports.
I just got one quick thing, and it's just my gratitude to Sharon in her other role here in Spring Hill. I got to attend the opening session. I'm incredibly grateful to be on the Leadership Spring Hill class of 2025. So And it was a well spent 3.5, 4 hours. I'm looking forward to the rest.
Wonderful. Any?
Yeah, I had site council at Cheese on the 17th. Things that I really took away from that meeting. One thing, staff was really taking a concerted effort on parent communication. They have started a program of individual tracking so they know what their touch points are with families, which is really great, and they feel like it's helping them. One of the cool things they told me about was this program, the Peace Path, which is a physical path, like think of a hopscotch board, but it walks through the steps of resolving conflict between students. And they were using that as part of their continued efforts to keep their discipline referrals low, of which at the time their discipline referrals were only sitting at 27. And for those who remember the last time I reported this from a year ago, that's pretty much halved again. So they're making huge strides, and the students are making huge strides in behavior and impact at that school. And you know, one of the things that just really left me was they're really feeling seen by the administration. For the first time, they're feeling those are their words. Dr. Luttrell, Dr. Robinson, and Dr. Smith, they are feeling seen. So thank you. That's my report.
Awesome.
Sorry. Go
I
ahead.
sat in on the Dayton Creek Spelling Bee. I actually got to be one of the judges. And it went 16 rounds. I'll say congratulations to Emmeline, who beat out some pretty stiff competition. They had some good words. It was harder than I anticipated being a judge, but it was great. So I really appreciated the opportunity to come be a part of that with them. So yeah, that's all I have.
Oh, that's quite the honor. What about you, ma'am?
Yeah, I had the Timber Sage site council on the 16th. And they had done some really fun things in the fall. They had a sock drive and they were able to donate to over 2,000 pairs of socks to the Sunflower House, which is a place for kids that are victims of abuse and neglect. And so they also donated Halloween costumes. And then that's where they're donating all of their lost and found items, which is a lot of clothes. They're also doing, they formed a lighthouse team with their Leader in Me program. And so kids throughout the school have leadership jobs. So they're being lunch helpers. They're help cleaning up the lunchroom. They're holding the doors in the morning for students walking in. They're in charge of the lost and found items and organizing it and folding it and trying to help kids find an item if they think they lost it. And then they were really proud of their fifth graders because they did meet all of their math and reading goals for the FastBridge testing that they were doing. And so that was really exciting. One issue that they're dealing with, I think it's probably an issue across the district, is chronic absenteeism. So they're trying to figure out ways to encourage kids to come to school because they're about 10% are chronically absent, which is a lot. And then the reading fluency is an issue that they recognized. And so they're working with the reading interventionists and sending out ideas for families to support reading at home. But that's one thing I wanted to talk about as well, to see what other schools that may be dealing with the same problem, how they're handling that and encouraging families to help out and just different ways to get kids more at grade level in their reading fluency. But overall, it was a great meeting and they're just working on things to encourage the reading and the absenteeism mostly.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. I sat at the high school site council meeting on the 18th. They talked about providing winter wishes. Stuco provided winter wishes. So students and teachers, I think it's mainly teachers, kind of put out little wishes they want and they get granted. Yeah. It was kind of cute. A cute little fun thing in Christmas. So it's kind of like Christmas. They talked about Kansas State assessment, interims, and there's a lot of discussion about the bond and opportunities there. So along the same lines as Doug, I was accepted into the leadership Olathe program. So I had the opening ceremonies last Thursday. So I think it'll be a wonderful opportunity. I've completed leadership Spring Hill 5 years ago, if you can believe it was that long ago. And wonderful. So I think it's a great opportunity for all of us, no matter what area you're in, but nurturing those relationships and learning more about our communities. So yeah, I'm excited to see where that goes. Okay, anyone else? Okay, moving on to 14.01 Superintendent's Report.
Yes, rather brief, superintendent's report, two items. One is, as I said, talking about the district calendar, and the storm we had last week to meet our minimum instructional hours that are mandated by KSDE. You know, we have missed, now 4 days for those that are curious. We have approximately 5 days that we have built in. So hopefully, we do not have another Mother Nature event. It doesn't take much the days can add up fast. Some have asked, well, what happens if we did by chance go through all those days? If we did have 5 days additional that were canceled, you know, at that point, we would have to come and make a decision as to how do we want to meet. And it would be additional mandate of those minimum hours. So depending on how many hours we were looking at, you could do such things as extend the school day. You could add a day to the end of the year, but you really don't know what option might be best until we get to that point where we have absorbed those days, but hopefully it will not come to that. So I just want to give that update there. But again, I still cannot give enough thanks to our maintenance crews for their efforts last week. That's my superintendent's report.
I have a quick question, Dr. Luttrell. I was under the impression that Governor Kelly did issue a state of emergency for this past week. So if we did come to the end of the school year where we did have to go over our days, it's possible that some of those possibly could be forgiven if that's correct.
I have heard that. I just know that I have to go off of KSD, and at this point, KSD has not yet passed that on. They will, if that is the case, they will definitely at some point very soon notify districts that, hey, you can, but so far as of today, we hadn't gotten anything, but of course, everybody's just back in school today, but I have heard that from other sources, but.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Luttrell. All right, we do need an executive session.
Madam President, I move that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters of non-elected personnel to protect the privacy interest of identifiable individuals under COMA. Those to be in session include the Board of Education members, superintendent of schools, and assistant superintendent of schools, and administrators as requested. The executive session is to begin at 9:25 with the open meeting resuming at 20 minutes, 9:45 at this place.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Rachel, please take the vote.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
approved.
Madam President, I moved that we extend the executive session to end no later than 9:55.
Second. I did.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
I guess.
approved.
You're gonna land this shit.
Okay, we are back in open session, and we have a couple of action items.
Madam President, I move to approve action item 6.01. I'm sorry, 16. I'm tired. Sorry, 16.01. Director of Human Resources as presented.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Rachel, please take the vote.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Hole,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
approved.
Wonderful. Thank you. Congratulations.
Huzzah, welcome. Hey, Madam President, I'd move to also approve 16.02 Director of Special Services as presented.
Second that again.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Rachel, please take the vote.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Hole,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
approved.
Wonderful. Thank you. Congratulations. We are adjourned.